Alright. We've done case 1, we done case 2, we done case 3, we done case 4, and now on to the final case, case number 5, Attorney of the Arcane. Last stream, we severed ties with Tamora and the Eye Taker, and by extension the Eye Taker, trying to go on our own path as an attorney. But at the same time, it's going to be quite the challenge, because, well, we don't have the Eye Taker's resources at our hands now. So, will we still afford to be able to keep up Celeste's services as a bodyguard and / lover? Who knows? And there's so much we have to learn about our own lineage, or Tyrion's lineage as a Heavensborn. Why was his mother capable of peering past the divine gate, quote unquote? Who the fuck knows? Let's begin. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me to how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could ever have dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. Wait, is this Celeste? Oh, I think this might be Celeste. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. Yeah, it is Celeste. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me?
Episode 5, Attorney of the Arcane.
Tyrion?
Yep.
You still haven't got out of bed yet. It's almost noon.
I think I just want to rest today.
You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone is actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed.
Is it Tamora?
No.
I'm still not really in the mood. Can you send them away?
That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time.
Stealing? As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. You try to futilely clean up your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse.
Tyrion! Pants!
Right, sorry.
I'll give you some time to ready yourself.
I'm in my boxers.
I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. I know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with this situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up about what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps he just needs more time.
After taking some time to make yourself look presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly.
Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded.
Anyways, what brings you here? It's a fantasy novel you've been reading through. Recently, you have had a lot of time to read through your collection.
Did you read that mystery novel I lent you?
I did, but I kinda guessed the twist from the beginning.
What? How?
The author called a lot of attention to the vials she dropped. It was pretty obvious that the nurse accidentally switched them.
Ugh, I guess fiction can't beat a real murder investigation for you. Oh, remember when I helped you move this bed from the flea market?
Right. You recall her doing most, if not all, of the work. You didn't even know that carrying a bed single-handedly was humanly possible.
Repario Arcanum!
Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem...
I'm fine.
Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore.
What?
I spent my whole life training to be one, but I was only doing it because someone else told me to.
Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it.
I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. But you still haven't found any answers.
Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to.
A prosecutor? You wouldn't have never even considered that a year ago. But you understand now, there are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwind never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. But even if you did that, you'd just be following someone else's footsteps, just like before.
I'll think about it. Please do. At this point, I could use all the help I could find.
Have your injuries been healing well?
Yes, my grave skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius. House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrade's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity.
You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies. He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now.
Even so, should you still be moving around like this? You should take some time off to recover. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately.
Mage blight. You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to affect their mind and send them into a violent frenzy.
To make matters worse, the nobility have been trying to suppress information about these incidents.
Right. It's not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage.
I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely gonna send someone after him, and he can't really take care of himself right now.
Celeste, your thoughts are leaking.
Hey, get out of my head! What?
It's nothing.
I'm surprised though. Not many people slight the eye taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after the plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match with the reports I've read. Supposedly, he's been absent from many of his enterprises. It's almost like he's dead or something.
Either way, you're not looking forward to dealing with him. It's bad enough that you're already on the nobility's bad side.
By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Oh boy. Do you want to...
Put over the rest.
Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I prosecuted a few of her clients recently. It's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before.
Could we talk about something else?
Of course. My apologies. Oh, the tea's ready! Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys. I was just making lotus tea.
She walks into the cabinet into your kitchen and she takes out 2 more teacups.
You guys better enjoy these. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... whoa!
As she walks over to you, she slips on the scroll that you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hands. The boiling liquid is airborne and is heading right towards your face.
Vigakwa!
Celeste immediately reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea.
Oh, is she using sheep liquid?
Her magic takes hold, and the tea just freezes just inches from your face. She breathes a sigh of relief, and she brings the tea back into their cups.
You really need to clean up this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid.
Right. Sorry about that.
That was sheep liquid, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
That's the same shit Pierce used. Oh, I never expected you to... I know, but it's just too convenient not to have.
She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. You remember when you first met her. Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagine how diverse her repertoire would become.
Another visitor?
I'm already up. I'll check it.
Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving any more of my lotus tea.
You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. You take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. Oh shit. You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite the supposedly being written by a noble, the paper itself has been torn in half, but the message is clear.
I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else.
What? Oh shit, I wasn't expecting him to come back.
If he thinks for a second we even think of helping him...
I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for?
I don't care, we're not going to help him.
That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this.
I agree. How is he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? Why did you say anything? I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth.
Must have been struck out, censored. See, if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? Man's in like a minor house, and she's from the Steelwinds, like one of the main 4 biggest fucking noble families in Wivengard.
House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land the McCoy Tavern is on, but frankly this whole situation is quite suspect.
And why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal.
He must have been desperate. An execution is scheduled for next month after all. It's possible that he reached out to tomorrow as well. Still, I can't believe he set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral today of all days.
Why? What's happening there?
I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. Arya, can I talk to Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course. I'm sure you have much to discuss. Actually, I also have business at the cathedral today. I can't believe you'd use that as an opportunity. I'll be taking my leave.
I'm sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you.
We should meet up with him.
What?
We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for his help.
I suppose that's true.
So, think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him.
I could use the Eye of Horus on him.
We can get the info we need without having to give him anything.
But are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again.
Yeah, I'll manage. It'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for.
You've already gotten our hopes up, but there's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. But if he does know, you can't just ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself.
So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord.
Have you never been here before? I thought you spent a lot of time in Rathholm.
The Church of Bama wasn't popular in my hometown, and I'd never been the religious type. What about you?
It never really caught on with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it.
Your thoughts are leaking again.
Can you stop?
I can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you.
Ah.
As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of the Knight Kingsguard.
It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on?
You recall Steelwinds mentioning that she was heading there as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. You might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. It's probably secluded from prying eyes today. Tyrion, Cuthbert. As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you.
I see.
You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. You spot Leif and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear that they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd Von Sanctus speaking with another individual. She seems to be someone of equal social standing. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. As soon as you enter the room, Von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. And finally you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, along with the two princes. They seem to be speaking with another individual yet you haven't met before.
Oh, is that the king himself? Oh shit. I think that might be King Olivier.
When he notices you, his gaze narrows, and he stares at the two of you warily. Aster especially seems to be surprised you are here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something, but you can't quite hear their conversation. When she responds, Aster raises his eyebrows and Lucio's expression darkens. What's going on here?
This is a little awkward.
Yeah, but we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing?
Oh, you're asking me. Are you asking me out?
We are literally already out.
Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area.
Sweet.
I'm also a little interested in what all these gnomes are doing here.
It is strange. Perhaps someone can tell you more.
I think I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi.
As you approach the group, the Grand Cathedral and the unnamed noble stare at the two of you.
Hello?
The nobleman looks at you and then Celeste. He suddenly scans the two of you. It's as if he's trying to read something. He then walks away without a word.
Rude.
At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here.
What? I thought you were the one who invited them.
I'm sad to say that I didn't. Although I am happy to see the two of you nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him.
What? None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the gods stop you?
Oh, they said they were expecting us.
What?
It was Lord Pierce who invited them.
Pierce! That little! And to think I granted his request for temporary release.
I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons.
How can you say that? This is the day of your...
Oh, the day of his marriage? Or something? I don't know. Or engagement?
He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this.
I have to ask, why are all the nobles gathered here? These nobles gathered here? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral.
As you ask that question, everyone seems to tense up. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Earl avoids eye contact with everyone else and just stares at the ground.
I'm sorry, but I'm not at the liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see.
It's a little strange, but you can read the room. Prying is the best thing to do right now. You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason?
I can't really tell you that.
You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance.
But please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything that to put anyone's life in danger.
As you wish, your Majesty. Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Interesting. So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. He could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes.
Lady Steelwind, Your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Wonderful! I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind?
She seems to be glad to do so. Yes, your majesty, she would like to accompany you.
Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting.
Okay.
Scaled lord. How does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence?
Honestly, I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the washrooms.
I'll be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake. My men will be keeping an eye on you two. Everyone has left the room now. Perhaps you should move the fuck somewhere else.
Ah yes, the common room where us commoners are supposed to be. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us?
Not intentionally.
Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today.
Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it to.
Not this again. Oh, does she specialize in divination? No? Oh wait, no, this is Tyrion. Sorry, I don't think we've met. Ah, yeah, I figured, yeah, because the way she said, oh, the cosmic force wills it. Oh, she probably specializes in divination, and she does.
I am Coraline Sybil, lady of the House of Sybil.
So this is the head of the fourth pillar family.
Ah, yeah, we haven't really met a member of the Sybil family until now.
She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. For better or worse, you've gone to know the other pillar families decently well. It might benefit you to learn more about her.
So you're the leader of House Sybil. What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant?
Each of the four pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. House Freyja oversees economic development and finances. House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches.
Oh. That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system.
That is correct.
Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system?
I suppose it's only inevitable that you see it that way.
Am I wrong? I've been in plenty of court cases and it's very obvious. All your court cases are about closing cases quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half of the time.
Yet you prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases.
Only against every conceivable odd, and I can't be everywhere. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day?
If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so.
What are you even talking about?
The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected.
And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. All other victims are forced to suffer in silence, or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime.
Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were to be held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse.
You take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the four pillars.
So you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sure about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I have more than paid for what happened with Jason Wynn.
His name was Jace Dustin Way.
And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now.
Von Sanctus made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Freyja. Wivengard cannot suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that.
The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath
to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship.
More like a parasitic relationship.
So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction.
My inaction? You placed the blame on me, but what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives you could have saved in the month that you spent on vacation?
It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You have no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing.
Celeste, perhaps you're right. You shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing.
Never mind. This was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste.
Yeah.
Finally, thank the scared lord.
You okay?
Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality.
Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting.
Okay, you got nothing to say. Ooh, oh shit, oops. Garden. You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a strange statue.
Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is it? If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus.
Hello, friends! As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you're startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like she's not alone either. Along with Aries, she seems to be accompanied by both her sisters. Beatrice! Aren't you supposed to be dead? Sorry. I wasn't trying to say.
No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know what was on my blood contract. But it appears the Lady of Discord isn't just going to kill me yet.
What? What the fuck did it just say?
Do you really have to do that?
What?
Never mind.
Oh, she's messing with her. Right. Oh, she's the Lady of Discord. It's a little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that's happened, but they don't seem hostile. And all things considered, you prefer their company over the Sybils. Although, you're still not sure how to feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you indicted. But Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. You wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered.
You mean how a demon now has ownership over my soul?
Yeah, that.
How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it.
You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you.
At the risk of your own life. Which part of the contract would you dispute anyway?
You recall reading her blood contract in the courtroom that day. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight.
The demon I signed that contract with was very meticulous about the details. I've spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes. I didn't find anything substantial I could use. I don't even think disputing it is possible.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity.
I feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Aries. What brings you here?
I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. I can imagine.
By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh, thank you.
That seems too good to be true.
Yeah, what is he, dead or something?
How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he has always had a soft spot for his family. He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way. She's right about that.
Wait, if you're here, does that mean Maranath is also...
Oh heavens no, there's no way they'd let me bring him here of all places. I left him at the entrance with the King's Guard. If he tries to escape, the knight over there is ordered to kill me.
She points to a knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar.
You're surprisingly calm about this.
Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. I suppose not.
Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How do you know which statue I was looking at?
It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue suddenly makes an impression on you. Oh, Maranath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance.
Love you too, Maranath.
Oh, wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that.
No, tell me. I want to know. By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn?
What? Did you seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique.
It sort of came to me in the moment.
What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage.
Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. Oh shit, she might have something to do with that.
I see. You have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods.
Gods? You mean not the Scaled Lord?
No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens.
The heavens?
Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? It is some kind of angelic power?
Make no mistake though, if you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell.
The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wivengard, but this is the first time I've heard of celestial gods.
Ah, that makes sense. It's probably because of Wivengard's bloody history with the theocracy of Lumina.
The theocracy? Aren't they the nation northeast of us?
Yes, the Luminites worship the celestial gods while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few days ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a possible threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe any religions that worship the Celestials.
I see.
But if your bloodline's blessed by the Celestials, does that mean our kids will also be Heavensborn?
I suppose so. I think my mother was also...
How did you not pick up on that earlier?
Wait, what did you just say?
Your kids! I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn. Happy? Nervous?
Oh, I must have misheard you then.
Wow. If only you were always this easy to lie to.
Anyways, I'm a little curious about the theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there?
Heavensborn aren't that common there either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wivengard. How did your bloodline even find its way here?
I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry.
That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew that what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down.
Great. The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you.
Anyways, travel info and into and out of Wivengard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exemption for you. He is an old veteran of the Great Luminite War.
Veteran? Vet?
Oh no!
I hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive. You watch as Striker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Leif chases after him as he runs towards someone.
I should probably go help her.
It's almost 2 p.m. anyways. We should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help with your situation.
Of course.
Let's go, Celeste.
Right.
Ah, yes. The heavens born falling in love with a woman not called Celeste. That's funny.
Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Oh, who knows?
Sorry, I need to correct that tone.
Whatever you're planning to do, whatever you're planning to make me do, please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
Here we go. Are you ready?
Yeah, at least I hope so.
If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. I only need a few moments to look into his mind.
No, I'm the one who asked you to do this, and I'm not going to leave you alone with him.
Alright, if that's what you want.
Tyrion,
Yeah?
thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me.
Of course. This will finally give you the answers you've been looking for.
It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquainted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that.
What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't part of my life.
I should tell him.
Oh, is she gonna confess? Tell me what?
God, get out of my head!
You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? She just walked in. Oh.
Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. But then you two seemed to be in the middle of something. I didn't want to interrupt.
The music changed.
Don't step on my account. Stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way.
As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
She picks up the runestone. She accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it.
Oh.
What did you see?
Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck.
A part of you really wants to know what she saw, but one of you has to exercise some self-restraint.
Anyways, let's just go meet with him.
Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after.
Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. What?
I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I've been waiting for this.
What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No. What are you doing? Stop!
Lady Steelwind, what are you?
What? Is she under mage blight?
Is this also the will of the cosmic balance? Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce.
You're the last person I would give this information to.
He's getting more and more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside of the room.
What was that?
I'm going to take a look and see what's going on.
What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together.
Don't worry. There were 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine.
That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What?
It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with its finger.
So you never intend to send that letter to me? Who did you send it to then? Oh, as if I would tell you that.
Luckily for you, you should have accumulated enough stress by now.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Even I wasn't the intended recipient. You said you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that?
Somnia.
What? What's this?
A blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you suddenly feel extremely fatigued.
Damn it! It's a sleep spell! I miscalculated. Bleh. No, if they got here, that means that's.
You try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground.
No. Beatrice. Oh shit. Now this is a final case if I've ever seen one.
Tyrion. Tyrion.
What? Celeste?
Tyrion! I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have never left you alone with him.
Hey, it's okay.
Tears are streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room.
What happened?
How long ago were you knocked out? As you look around, you see several other people with you. Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. It's Prosecutor Steelwind.
Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Oh, is Arya being framed because Ares framed her ass because she's using an illusion spell to make herself look like her?
Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from, but from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be the case of Mage Blight. You look around the room and see a pool of blood at the end of one of the tables.
Celeste, where's Pierce?
Tyrion?
I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Garrick Pierce is dead.
What?
We're honestly surprised that you're okay.
But who?
You look at the knights who have all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor.
Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Oh shit! What is this mass political assassination plot? Holy shit. Okay, well, but Steelwind's alive? Well, even though he's the military commander, but then again, he's built different, and I'm not surprised. Not to mention a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose. Comatose?
I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders.
We also found her unconscious here, and Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her! I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one who knocked us out. Beatrice?
What the hell is going on?
Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with anti-magic. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field.
What?
I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now.
What are you talking about?
Now is not the time. Do it, Commander.
Right. You watch as the Inquisition arrests Steelwind and escort her out of the room.
Damn it! What happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave.
They have a point. You have no idea what happened while you were asleep. You follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. It's 3:12 p.m.
Oh shit, there's the necromancer. What voice do I give you? Yeah, I just give him just a solemn voice. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary except...
What? What's wrong with him?
If you just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you?
Oh right, I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious.
Ah, I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. Thank you. I am Lord Lazarik Asli... I forgot the pronunciation, fuck. Asclepius, there we go. I am Lord Lazarik Asclepius of House Asclepius. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace Nightgrave. I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Oh, right. Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I find it really hard to believe that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, mage blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always the result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her.
Tyrion? I fought her.
What?
Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what's going on. I saw her outside and the guards were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me.
What was her emotional state like?
Oh, well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking.
That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by mage blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise their affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by a mage blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this.
You're planning to defend her, aren't you?
At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing.
But you saw her, right? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field.
What?
I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. She wanted them to arrest her.
Right. As she thought she was a danger to others. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this.
But there's no way she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders have occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You'll also need to speak with Steelwind. If she really was affected by Mage Blight, she should be able to remember what have caused it. But anyways, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You'll probably want to start there. You arrive at the prayer room. It's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. You find yourself staring at the chalk outline where Pierce's body once was. You can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even you were unconscious. You were here when the murder happened. It's a little unnerving to know how close you came to death.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
But now is not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you to figure out what happened. You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. But you remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps you could tell me more about how she was acting.
Of course, let's analyze the scene. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. Looks like it was sitting against the altar when he died. and the blood stain seemed to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. The autopsy report would be really helpful here.
You should ask the commander for a copy of it the next time you see him.
And there are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. There are lanterns here hanging around the room. They're still lit.
Repario Arcanum.
There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably when I tried to heal you. There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room.
That must have been the left by Beatrice's sleep spell.
Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body.
Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelman? What was she like?
Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she wasn't in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she didn't respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me.
But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her.
I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful.
And several members of the 4 pillar families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened.
This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today.
Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste?
Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before.
Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I never fought someone with spells that powerful before.
She didn't hurt you, did she?
No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me into the prayer room.
So her real target was Pierce. But why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce?
No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steel went unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead.
And I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere.
No. She wasn't there when I arrived.
How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible?
Yeah, so this is her account. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. That's when we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate it.
Right.
And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelman before she pushed past you?
We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room.
Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind.
You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There's still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all of the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. Anyway, it looks like you found everything you can here. You should move the fuck somewhere else and investigate. It's just you, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue.
I don't feel safe here.
Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial like you.
I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
Let's move the fuck somewhere else.
Alright, whatever gets you to stop acting so weird.
What goes through the mind of such a tortured creature?
What is with you and this statue?
I don't know, but I can feel its emotions as if they were my own.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic. That's weird. Very weird. Holy shit, this place got burned.
You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. This was the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened.
Yeah, they just all got murked. They just all got absolutely obliterated. This is like a mass political assassination plot. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting a multi-political figure assassination move. Damn.
You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air.
What happened here?
Was there some kind of fire?
Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights.
Commander White.
Hey kid, you investigating what happened too?
Something like that. We just wanted to figure out what really happened.
You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point, but the Commander is leading the investigation, and he's bound to have information that will be useful to you.
Well, I would like to investigate this too. There are scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far.
Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alarg told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke.
Interesting. We should speak with him if he saw anything else. Even now, the sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows. It looks like the fire reached them before it was put out. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Sanctus's body. There's even bits of ash there, mostly the burned fragments of the body.
Repario Arcanum.
Is this evocation?
There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room.
We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire, and the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spreads.
That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. But what's this white trace?
There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Oh, that's abjuration, okay.
Do the traces overlap with the body?
Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped?
Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body.
You're right. They overlap perfectly.
The area inside the square is a lot less burned now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking a note of. I probably used like a protection spell or something.
Ugh, this whole situation is a damned mess.
Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened?
We only have the basic stuff so far, and we've only just received the autopsy reports.
That's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Okay, died at 2:45 p.m. in the prayer room, cause of death, blood loss. A shot of frozen liquid was found stabbing through his chest. Oh man, that was... Oh, that's very ironic for him. He murdered Daddy McCoy. No, was it? No, yeah, he murdered Flintheart McCoy with the same spell that he was killed with. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the one with signs of transmutation magic and conjuration magic were found throughout the room. Yeah. He was killed with the same spell. Oh, that's funny. Yep, Caroline Sybil. Oh yeah, that's her. Okay, she died earlier from him. Cause of death was suffocation. Her body was found floating in a lake nearby outside of the Grand Cathedral. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic were found on the body. Oh damn. Man, this perp has to be really powerful to have folded all of the head of houses right. All of these guys who are supposedly powerful mage. Well, actually no, I don't even know if Von Sanctus is even a powerful mage. But I mean, they're definitely strong enough to literally fold the heads of the pillar families, except for Steelwind. Oh, and Von Sanctus, there we go. Okay, so he died
first? He died the earliest, okay. He died at 2:05 p.m. The cause of death was suffocation, the fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds he might have suffered. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. This implies the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of affirmation magic were found around the body. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? I know, right? Meh, well, isn't that ironic? Got killed by the same spell he used to kill Flintheart. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
It's still strange though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steeler was really affected by Mage Blade, she wouldn't have done something like that.
Yeah, he died in the exact same manner as Flintheart. Anyways, the times of death all seem to tell a story. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce. In that order.
Yeah, that's our working theory too.
If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. West of here, okay. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. It fell. How does the murderer threw Sybil from the balcony? The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake, and the westward balcony just happens to be right over it.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even had a few witnesses who saw Sealwind there.
Really? Who was it?
It was the High Speaker Theon Arceus.
High Speaker?
He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut, and he is at the top of the religious hierarchy from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him.
So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him.
Yeah, he really lucked out.
But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him.
You're right. This whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up.
By the way, we'll just have to talk to him directly and to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange.
What's that?
It's about the order that the murders occurred in. The murderer killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Arceus, Steelwind, no, the murderer. Let me look at the map. Okay, so Bon Sanctus died in... Was the common room? Yeah, the common room. Yeah, he died in the common room. And yeah, that is very weird. He died in the common room, then went on to kill Sybil, and then went on to kill... Yeah, actually, yeah, he could have went to the prayer... room. The murderer could have killed Pierce second. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there?
Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first.
Or they were afraid of fighting me.
Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit?
No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyway, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Okay.
You created a rough outline of the murderer's actions, but the real clues will lie in how each of the individual murders occurred, and that starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered.
How did the Inquisition find out about the murders anyways? Did a witness come across the bodies?
It all started when Prince Alark ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but he tried to talk to her. She hit him with some kind of spell.
She attacked one of the princes?
Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from House Asclepius inspected him and told us he wasn't injured.
I'm glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was being affected by Mage Blight?
It's possible she was throwing spells randomly, and he just happened to get really lucky.
I suppose that's possible. But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected the Prince of Rivendell to be under constant guard.
Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space considering what just happened.
And that would be...
Sorry, kid. If you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. Then it looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. It's still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here? Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. And the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were, but for some reason we didn't find him until after the spell wore off.
That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay.
But why didn't anyone see him during this time? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw the bunch of guards knocked out outside of the prayer room.
Did you see me?
No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m.
Right, that's probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock him out?
I don't think so, and I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't even have any magical traces on them, so we know they're not under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up.
That's odd to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell on comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them.
Well, we found all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. But you just admitted they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here?
Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind, even though everyone else seems to think that she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed?
It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate.
And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people.
Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match up with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense.
Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation.
Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either.
What do you mean?
You saw when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others.
Right. That's the same impression I got as well.
If it wasn't for the witness's statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is that I never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened.
Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow.
Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember anything.
That's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something.
Normally I agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything.
What?
It looks like you'll have to speak with her about—
Oh, they were under Ares' control. Motherfucker. That she-devil! Anyways, what about Ares and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything?
Sorry, kid, but Ares Illman has been missing ever since everything went down.
What? Do you have any idea what happened to her?
No, but I wouldn't be too worried.
What? A witness to a crime is missing and possibly hurt.
Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. You feel like he's not making a big of a deal as he should be, but he might have a point. Ares is the daughter of a crime lord after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually.
Well, I suppose I can't do anything about that now, but I still hope she's okay. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well.
That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room too. Damn it! What happened to him? To make matters worse, that frigate chick knows how to cast invisibility, so even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. But our god was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow.
Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium?
Sure, we already have it on record.
Okay. Familiar bond, sleep, yeah. Okay, that checks out. Mend wounds. She can heal people, send message, animate corpse. Oh shit, she knows necromancy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. She was learning. She's been dealing with fucking demons. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be surprised she has necromancy spells. Other necromancy spells other than mend wounds. Shatter. Oh boy. Oh, I know that spell from D&D. Invisibility, feign death, and illusory disguise. Yep, I know that one. She has animate corpse. Oh damn. Necrotic blight. Whoo boy. Shatter. The object may shatter or break. Yep. Oh, however, charming large amounts of these matter will slowly drain the caster's stamina and possibly cause mage blight. Oh damn. Damn, they buffed the spell over D&D. Invisibility. Yeah. Feign death. The caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on the spell, the target will appear to be dead. The target creature will stop breathing and the heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of the spell will keep them alive for the duration. Oh, is that why she was in the prayer room? She was casting feign death on Tyrion to make him look dead, so that the presumably Ares, went to murder Garrick, but not Tyrion because he was apparently dead. Okay, that's interesting. Right, I forgot how many spells she used during the Lord Frega's murder. It's all a little difficult to take in, but I still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered.
I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved.
That still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that.
You're definitely a bigger man than I am.
Anyways, Von Sanctus's autopsy report says he died of suffocation.
We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something.
That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode.
Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burned his body. It didn't completely turn to ash, but it was still pretty charred.
So that fire would have burned away any evidence of the minor wounds he had.
Yeah. We're lucky we even discerned that he was hit with an evocation spell.
Right. The autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation?
No. The divination spell we use always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation.
I suppose that kind of makes sense, but it's still a shame we can't find out about how the murderer suffocated him. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims were doing during the attack.
Sure, knock yourselves out.
Yeah, pretty much the same shit. What do you have? Slow fall, foresight, oh yeah, that makes sense. Strike true. Is that supposed to be Zephyr Strike? This game's version of Zephyr Strike? Detect magic and stone skin, so she's got abjuration stuff, okay. And what do you have? Mage Blade, Force Cage. Oh, did he use Force Cage on himself? Send message, mend wounds. Yeah, he has send message because during the during the Dracogen trial, he did use that to communicate with the Arcane construct he was attuned to, and he also has mend wounds. Man, you guys suck! For the people who are supposed to be the heads of, like, the pillar families, who are supposed to be the big noble families in Wivengard, you guys have a poor variety of spells. Like, looking at Von Sanctus' spells, he only has like 4. Like, really, man? You call yourself a member of one of the noble houses who are a descendant of, like, one of the mage heroes who were blessed by the ancient dragon, Rathalion? Like, come on, guys. At least learn a bit more spells. Creates a magical 10-foot by 10-foot by 10-foot cube around the target within 30 feet of them. While cubes are impenetrable and cannot be destroyed by anything, not even spells that can normally dispel spell effects. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into and out of the cube will fail. If there's any more than one creature in the target space, they will be pushed away from the center of the cube. Okay. Yeah, so I'm guessing Von Sanctus, or not Von Sanctus, actually, did he have it? Oh, hold on, let me double check. Was it you that had Force Cage? No, it was Von Sanctus that had Force Cage, okay. So he probably used that on himself to save himself. Involves the ultimate form of divination, and it sees brief glimpses of the near future. While the spell is active, is able to sense dangerous seconds before it actually happens, okay. Strike True, the ability to predict the results of all their actions for the duration. This is useful for the purpose of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity and skill. Okay, so it is like Sever Strike. Ah, okay. Stone Skin, the caster creates a thick layer of stone around their body. The stone layer will deflect and protect the caster from any physical trauma. Stone layer can be slowly broken through with continuous attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantly repair itself. Okay. Okay, wow. That's a lot to work through.
Yep. This is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now.
Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant.
You think you found everything you can relating to the Von Sanctus' murder. Perhaps you should move the hell somewhere else.
Alright. This is where Sybil was yeeted off the balcony.
Supposedly this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake.
Oh, hello there. Oh.
As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral.
I don't believe we met before. What are you doing here?
Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy.
We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
Tyrion Cuthbert. I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be.
Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you.
But forgive my rudeness, I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut.
So you're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions?
He scans you warily.
I suppose there will be no harm in that.
There's some sort of debris on the ground.
You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. It appears to be some kind of gravel.
Oh, that's probably the earth protection spell. Stone Skin. I could see a military stronghold in the distance.
You must have been able to see a lot from that high up.
This balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galacrond. A lot of people probably come here when the Grand Cathedral is open to the public.
Repario Arcanum!
There's traces of transmutation on the pieces of debris.
That would imply that a spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. It must have been broken off from something else. What school of magic is Stone Skin?
It is transmutation, okay. We heard you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode?
I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely.
How did you come across her?
While I was on my way to the prayer room, I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time.
Wait, he was heading to the prayer room?
When I saw her, I first thought she was enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her, but when I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off the edge of the balcony.
You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body.
You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although,
What is it?
I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake looked much darker.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be after all. It could have just been a trick of the light.
It's probably because it's probably the stone skin that's on her. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, then she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time.
Oh? Were you praying there with Lord Pierce?
Not exactly.
What? That's not what the guards told me.
The guards? You mean the one standing watch outside the prayer room?
Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well.
Wait, Steelwind was there too?
Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there.
The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started attacking after he left. But why would she bother waiting?
Either way, we can't exactly question those guards.
Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack.
Actually, the High Speaker quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything?
Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room.
Magical wards? They're there for security reasons?
Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound would wake me up that night. Years ago, I had some of the mages enchant the walls so that sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from the outside of the room once I shut my door.
That does sound awfully convenient, but you doubt he'd lie about something you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of this. You believe that you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should get the fuck somewhere else.
Inquisitor dungeon, common room. Back to the garden.
You're right back at the cathedral's garden and come across that accursed statue again.
It's staring into my soul.
And stop looking at it!
As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bench, guarded by some knights from the King's Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, and Miss McCoy too. What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around and we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes, I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well.
Right. She is his fiancée after all. He must have been extremely worried about her.
We're trying to figure out what exactly happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience in defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public, not after the news of William Frager's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not 1, but 3 members of the Pillar families. But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial.
Right. The majority of the nobility hates me after all.
You wouldn't be able to pull some strings, would you, Aster? I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her, but I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more.
Right. I see what you mean.
But even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I'd really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were there so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All four of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is, we all gather here to mourn the death of my father, King Olivier de Wivengard the... Ninth? Wait, the king is dead? Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frege. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still a little hard to take in.
I'm sorry. You have my condolences.
Thank you.
But if King Olivier is dead, that would make you...
Yes, you currently stand before King Aster de Wivengard, ruler of our kingdom.
And he's not happy about that. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that.
I suppose that explains why all the nobles were gathered. They came under the guise of paying their respects, but it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new king of Wivengard. I think the Freges were the only ones who generally came to give their condolences. Speaking of the Freges, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrett Pierce. Why would she be there? I'm sorry. I know she's your friend, but we already know she's not above committing murder. I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find that out. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left for Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with the High Speaker, Arceus, in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh. I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand. And I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyways, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. But Yvonne Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That would mean she began her rampage less than half an hour after the meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight. She was mind-controlled. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder.
Right. It's possible that the Steelwind the witnesses saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake?
Anyways, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m. I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin, but apparently someone had set a magical trap there.
What?
It was a glyph of contingency. What does that do? Or is that a glyph of warding? Or is that this game's version of glyph of warding that explodes upon contact? When this caster is spell, the other must choose another spell they know. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain condition specified by the caster upon casting the spell is fulfilled. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition's fulfilled. Oh, okay.
I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set, and you can infuse any spell into it.
But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was Force Cage, targeting me.
Was the murderer try to attack Aster too?
I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were few people guarding the Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them.
And yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. So someone must be behind what happened. But who? Anyways, it seems he's told you everything he knows. He probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that Force Cage. You should move the hell away from him and go somewhere else.
I guess to the dungeon? Yeah. Or do we move back to the nave?
She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately.
Fuck it, I'll do the deep voice too. Wait, what other voices do I know? Nah, I'll just do the deep voice.
Alaric, the situation is of far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is.
Oh, it's you two.
Your Highness? I don't think we've been introduced.
What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever.
You mean insolent?
You stand before Sir Remus Virgile, Archduke and Royal Advisor to the Wivengard throne.
Okay.
I believe he means advisor.
Archduke?
You didn't even know the Kingdom Wivengard even had a title like that. Why haven't you even heard of him before? Why are you two still here anyways?
Is he Celeste's father?
I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation.
We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you?
Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you.
You should know your place, knave.
Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place?
Just what are you trying to insinuate?
Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar.
Tracker?
No, it was the demon that calls himself Moranath.
No, that's Leif's familiar, goddamn. Tyrion, remember your shit.
What? Why would you want to speak with him?
It was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me.
You didn't make a contract with him, did you?
Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely.
But why would he do that? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them.
Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing me, but I knew he couldn't tell lies and the information he had was too important to ignore.
If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It could endanger people that I care about. But rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre.
Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it.
I suppose that's fair. but believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous. Perhaps he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Anyways, several members of the King's Guard were watching us. They can verify my alibi.
How long ago did this conversation last?
I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m. and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m.
Virgilies, yeah.
Sylvia was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Moronak go to the trouble of distracting me in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for.
Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you while you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened?
I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic.
I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her.
I saw with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too.
Either way, where did this happen?
It was on the path outside the common room. I saw the smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it.
So this must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus.
I have a feeling I already know the answer. But was she behaving erratically?
No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me.
Which once again applies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this.
Do you know which spell she cast on you?
I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before.
From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation spell.
Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what it might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay?
Lord Asclepius inspected him and he doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries, hoping the spell's effects were only temporary.
Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell that was.
Well, I was extremely dazed and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. When I tried to speak, I couldn't even form the words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic.
But what kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something that affected his senses. Oops.
Could be sleep. It has to be a transmutation spell. That's conjuration. Well, it can't be slow fall. Could be slow fall. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically. But was there anything off about her demeanor?
I only saw her for a moment, but she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic.
Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds?
No. Not for lack of trying on Lord Von Sanctus' part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. It would be really convenient if all of this was done using a construct, although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases.
Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you?
No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways.
Commander Whitehead also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until after the spell wore off. What happened to him?
That covers a large account of what happened, and we even got the Archduke's statement too. But there's still one last person we need to speak to.
Arya.
She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I probably doubt it. But if Steelwind also doesn't have memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together.
Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her?
I am.
Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you.
What?
As the royal advisor, I have vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you've been quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot.
Oh.
Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him, but you still don't know him very well. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in the holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out.
Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace?
Steelman gives a wary look to the Archduke.
How are you doing?
As best as I can, all things considered. What brings you here?
We're trying to investigate everything that happened.
I see.
I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me.
You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself.
What? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true?
It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything.
What is the last thing you remember?
I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony.
The one over Lake Galakrond.
Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake.
And did you cast any magic before this happened?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure you don't remember anything after that?
I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert.
I feel like we completely ruled out Mage Blight, so I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this.
No. Arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding.
But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists.
What?
I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert?
What?
Does he know about the Eye of Horus?
I'm not sure what you're trying to imply.
Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Frega's trial, and they all heard what that demon referred to you as.
Heavens, boy.
If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this...
Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else.
You're probably right. Which proves that I'm responsible for the murders.
What? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow.
There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were already abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said they had no choice.
No choice?
Cases like these have been occurring throughout Wivengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone controlled them against their will.
They're probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial.
All of them said the same thing, but the cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wonder if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of the murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something.
Steelwind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds
Completely insane.
You don't even have physical evidence to prove these murders are connected.
There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together.
She takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you.
It's a purple symbol.
Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it.
Oh, and the headmaster had that one too.
None of them could remember where it came from or even what it was. But they all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark.
But there has to be an explanation for this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we just don't know about.
If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from?
You don't mean...
I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. Either way, this is all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it.
I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court.
Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people.
Wait, are you planning on to spend the rest of your life in prison?
If that's what is necessary to keep everyone safe.
But what about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Wivengard alongside him from a holding cell.
You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. You should have no problem finding another suitress.
You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that.
Arya.
No.
What?
You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions.
Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me.
Steelwind is going to throw everything she cares about for the greater good. Even if she was the one who did all of this, she's not the one who's responsible. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Do it.
I will argue you into submission. Steelwind asks for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so. She's deeply in love with Aster, yeah, that's pretty obvious, and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person and will be receptive to the logical arguments. Steelwind, are you seriously just going to throw your life away?
If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again.
I will control my mind.
And as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself.
Threaten? No. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. We don't know how this mind control works. We can't drop this without finding out what really happened. I want to doubt. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened.
I suppose you're right, but I doubt there was any goal to this.
It was just a sadistic killer.
I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible.
Purple mark?
What is this?
The perpetrator was nearly as aimless as you think, and this proves it. My apologies, Mr. Cuthbert, but I don't really see how that proves your claim. Ah, shit. Oh.
It was just a sadistic killer.
A sadistic killer. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm kinda lost in this one. Trap King? Ah, yeah, I should have used that one before. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alark and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention, they set a trap for Aster.
What?
Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alark, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible.
I suppose you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me.
They need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders.
Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder the three victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead.
He didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. The murders are out. Out of the cathedral. Wasn't it guarded? The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. This one? No? Shit. Comatose Knights? No, fuck. I'm at a loss here. The murders are out. Marriage meeting.
Oh, the soundproof room!
No? Fuck.
I'm not going to debate this anymore, Mr. Cuthbert. This is my decision. I won't risk anyone's life in the hopes of saving myself. Please, just leave me alone.
Fuck! Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, down. This one was just a sadistic killer. They wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Didn't need to enter to commit the murders. Okay. No? Fuck. No. Shit. Yeah, I'm at a loss here. Am I missing something? No. Fuck. I'm at a loss to what the hell am I supposed to say here. They didn't need to end the cathedral's committed murders. Hold on. No, the committee doesn't want to do anything. No? Shit. Fuck, I don't know. Oh my god. Am I missing something? Because I have no idea how to do that one. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm gonna look at this up because I'm at a loss of what I'm supposed to do at that point. Okay, Tyrion, Cuthbert, walkthrough, case 5, Arya argument. Because I have no idea what the fuck this is. Present force cage. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Actually, don't. Oh, right, they have to enter the use force cage. Right. Doubt. Oh. Hi, Hey, Cross Product. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Okay. I'm just currently struggling to get through this argument. But yeah, I think I know how to deal with it now. There's a sadistic killer. Oh, you just finished this game? Yeah. I'm on the final case too. And right now, I'm getting up to the part that I got absolutely stuck with in the argument. There you go, this is the part. Apparently, I'm supposed to present this spell. Okay, I need to get rid of the walkthrough window so I don't accidentally spoil myself. Alright. There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder started, someone trapped Aster within a force cage using glyph of contingency. But they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. But the second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral.
So it was one of them.
That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this.
I can't.
What? Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger.
If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They already wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might even hurt more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous.
Appeal. We can't back down in the face of injustice. We let the perpetrator get away with this. We're letting you know that their actions will go unanswered. I doubt someone like that will go that far. They might decide to lay low and wait for things to die down. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee that it will stop there. Will they target next your father, the king? Oh boy, this is on. Yeah, I can definitely say the final case of the game is definitely the hardest, because holy shit. This argument has kind of stonewalled me a bit. I think threatening? Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee they'll stop there. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone like that dangerous get away with this.
When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I?
There we go.
I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert.
What?
You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose I do.
But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this. Somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert.
I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. Hey. Perhaps I misjudged you.
I know I agreed to fight this, but...
What is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself.
As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom, and they nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial.
What?
No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father. There's no way he would. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. It was in her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners.
No.
House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem herself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. My father values his dignity to Wivengard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this?
What?
You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind?
Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight.
Mr. Cuthbert.
It doesn't matter if she's a noble or commoner. She's being oppressed by the system and she deserves a fair trial.
Well said.
What?
I, Remus Virgile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel.
Wait, really?
I will be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions.
Thank you. But why would you?
Do you think I've made a mistake?
No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelwind's attorney, if she will have me.
Of course. There's no one I would trust more with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this.
Spell compendium. Mend wounds, firebolt, shape liquid, dispel magic, steelwind strike, okay. Detect magic, polymorph. Okay, that's not what I expected to see in her compendium. And hold creature, okay. Yeah, hold creature makes sense, because she did that on the headmaster during the second trial. When the headmaster tried to tell the Arcane Construct as a last-ditch moment to wipe all of its memories in the middle of a trial, and she was like, nope. Yeah, okay. Classic Firebolt. Travel 120 feet. Oh wow, that's actually double the distance of what Firebolt can actually do in D&D. Okay. But again, but the other effects are more or less the same.
Hold creature.
I mean, if this was D&D, this would technically be either hold person or hold monster. But this seems to be a mixture of the two spells, which would technically make it kind of broken, but yeah. Okay, restricts the movement of the target while concentrating on the spell. The target will be able to move any part of their body. Even solid movements such as gestures required to cast certain spells are impossible. As a result, the target will also be unable to move their mouth to speak. Steel Wind Strike. As caster strikes the target of their choice within a 40 feet radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade. It can cut through metal armor. It's the ultimate spell of House Steelwind, and its spell formula is a closely guarded secret. Ah, okay. Polymorph. Turns him into an animal. Okay. Yeah. Then. Oh, it has to be a tiny creature because it's a 2 by 2 by 2 feet cube. Okay. Since its intellect will also be changed to match that of the animal they are transformed into. Okay. And you have to spell magic, choose any magical effect within 120 feet. For example, spelling this shading on an affected target will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It will not unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. Okay. It only ends the spell's effect. It does not undo the effects of the spell. Ah, okay.
Then it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Ladon.
Ladon? I've never heard of that place.
Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you can have any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Alright. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from his conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach like any other trial.
You had no idea what you're in for when you agreed to this, and what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've always done in the name of justice, regardless of what you had to sacrifice to do so.
Alright, here we go.
Tyrion? We're definitely lost.
You follow Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you have found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than an estate of the Archduke.
I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even had a giant tree north of here.
This can't be the city of Ladon that Virgil mentioned. It doesn't even look like anyone's lived here in centuries.
But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute.
Did he give us the wrong location on purpose?
Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for?
Lord Steelwind.
What are you two standing around for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the Kingsguard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. We can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind.
Wait. This is where we're going to be hosting the trial?
Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space.
What?
I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's lost as you are.
Alright, I guess we're doing this. Oh yeah, this is definitely unexpected.
The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day, and they all seem to be just out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems to be unfazed by the entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter.
You know what, since he's going to be the acting judge, and just so I can properly distinguish between Remus and Lord Steelwind, I think I'll give him the same the voice I give the judge, so. It's not usual for me to change voices of characters like this unless I completely forget about what the fuck they were, so. Yeah. I think I'll go with this voice. I think I'll go with the same voice I went with the judge.
Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation.
Why have you brought us here?
This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin.
My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I have to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home.
Wait, you live here?
I do.
Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain, but I want to ask you one last time, is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this.
What?
I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wivengard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wivengard to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. and now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom, all because of my negligence.
Foreign powers? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy?
Well, no more. It's time that the people of Ivengard and their enemies remember who watches over them.
As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him.
What's going on?
The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he is casting, it's like any magic you've ever seen before. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing.
Wait, is he Rathalion?
It's expanding it from it. Wait, is that?
It's Rathalion. What? It's a dragon!
As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. Even some of them attempt to flee before they're stalked by the Knights of the King's Guard.
Enough! This may not be a court, but I will have order.
You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon.
That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord.
Oh shit, it's Rathalion himself.
Remus Virgile is an alias, I assume, when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Up till now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Ivengard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends.
I wonder if Rathalion's still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king.
So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here.
Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary.
Well, that's certainly terrifying.
Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed?
Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready.
The defense is also ready.
I'm sure we are all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here, but for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio?
Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the King's Guard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the heads of Von Sanctus, House Von Sanctus, and House Sybil respectively.
What is this farce?
This trial has been over before it began.
Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of Mage Blight.
No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers there clearly thinks she's unfit to rule at the king's side.
Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frager enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death?
Objection!
Oh damn, that's a voice.
If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her.
That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself.
She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert.
My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frager's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play.
Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. I agree to that Lady Frager's actions are quite suspect.
Very well, let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true.
Why is everything a war metaphor with you?
Beatrice?
I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
Not for lack of trying on your part.
That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did.
Ares, you motherfucker.
If I hurt you, I am truly sorry.
She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as if it's the first time she's lied to you.
To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss.
But I'm not the one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened.
And how would you know that?
Oh shit, it's happening again.
Word travels around quickly in the dungeons.
What?
Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet.
Very well. I was with my sisters and my guide, Ares Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled her actions.
So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement, but there is something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing?
Bring it, Steelwind. She's been missing since the entire massacre happened. I really hope she's okay.
Oh, make no mistake, she's definitely okay.
What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her?
No, but it's just a feeling.
Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Freyga.
If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this?
According to Leif and Miriam, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left a witness with Ilmater to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmater were gone.
Do you remember anything after that?
No, I really want to remember, but I can't.
Oh, god damn it, Ares is actively manipulating her right now.
She certainly looks like she's telling the truth, but history shows that she's hardly trustworthy.
And you have no memories of what happened?
No, not at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious.
Forced? What do you mean by that? So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body?
Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Objection!
Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him, so why do you feel like something's wrong?
Think what you will, but please believe me when I say.
Your statement does match up with what happened to my client. But you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could have just been using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi.
I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth.
That remains to be seen. Why would you even bring that up?
Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert, isn't there anything that would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
What?
It's nothing.
She looks extremely frustrated for some reason.
The way she's testifying is a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone had taken control over her. Why would she bring up what happened to Arya? Okay, I pressed all of that. Nothing that indicates who may have controlled their actions, so it's probably this statement. Someone did this. Who may have controlled their actions? This? Yeah. Aha, I got him.
Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you.
Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. There's one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol.
You pull out the parchment with the purple mark on it and show it to her.
Oh shit, even Moranath looks shocked. Moranath? What are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection.
Magic?
I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Moranath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it?
I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wivengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, but despite how gruesome they are, but they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection!
Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense will be laughable if it weren't downright insulting.
Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone planned to place this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this.
Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. She had to listen. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. Why? Apologies, I don't know why I just said that. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, looks like you have to figure the rest out on your own. Figure out the rest on my own, so she's aware of what's happening to her. It's probably because she's linked to Moranath. What do you mean by that?
There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once.
Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory.
What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not the way it seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on the thread a little more? She just asked you if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration.
What event was Beatrice referring to?
Whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant.
Beatrice, Tyrion. Beatrice hid a contradiction? No? What recently happened that is worth it? Moranath hid the purple mark from Beatrice.
Moranath. He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally.
Why would Moranath interfere?
Moranaths are familiar and used to follow her orders, but things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Moranath interfere like this?
Moranath has been hiding the nobility, a demon, no. The mastermind has been related to a demon, no? Oh wait, the purple mark has been related to, no? Beatrice seems to know about the purple mark and Arya has been investigating. Second, Moranath is preventing Beatrice from seeing what it is. The mastermind is related to a demon? Ah, there we go.
The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why you would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wivengard. Does that mean her investigation also has something to do with the demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. And now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming that they were controlled.
How could something demonic control Beatrice?
You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals, but you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions.
How could something demonic control Beatrice? Their memories due to the blood contract? No. Forgot, unveiled. Arya, the other murderers. Killed, lost, unveiled, forgot, killed. The other murderers killed. The victim is against their will. A demon can compel. Oh, blood contract.
You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freya. Her soul, her mind, and her life would be claimed by the Empress of Discord.
What does this tell us about Arya?
If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true...
Arya, lost, created. What does this tell about Arya? Arya lost control of their mind due to a blood contract?
No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. You can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict. The same ability you used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between the contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract.
Which demon did Arya make a blood contract?
Right now, you're only relying on guesswork. But going off what you know, the demon who made the contract must be...
The Empress of Discord?
The so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in the blood contract created by Moranath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Moranath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get to what you know so far.
You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about?
He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time.
I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have any control of their actions.
Objection!
Again with this. If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting.
Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it'll be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide.
Damn it! I knew you could do it.
By the eye of Horus, I issue you upon a divine edict. Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Oh shit, there it is. It works. And that's what she wanted me to do. The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page? Even a stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron as long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature.
No. This can't be true.
This is...
Oh damn, he roars at them to stay quiet.
Enough. Stop prattling amongst yourselves.
Objection!
No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication.
It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this.
You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There's a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will. He's very conflicted about this.
With this evidence, there is no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense.
I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? Because it looked like a normal contract. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issued a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I called for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document, which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Enough of this, all of you.
Do you see it now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened.
That remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
What?
I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control over her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made the contract with the demon Moronath? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we can also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father.
That's hardly the same thing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with the demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed.
She's your daughter, Lucio.
And how does that change anything?
Damn it, he seriously can't. He seriously doesn't care if he convinces Arya.
Honestly, this only placed more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight, but to sign a contract with a demon, that only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it?
Who else was responsible for Arya's actions? The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day.
Oh, and who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of Wivengard's nobility is in danger.
Well played.
I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear that someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed that blood contract under.
And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all the while sitting in their very home.
There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That does sound good as a plan. Good as a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations.
Very well.
Oh boy. We're gonna expose Ares.
You step outside of the Scale Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now.
Arya, I'm so sorry.
Don't be.
Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has a breaking point.
I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you signed anything recently?
No, I don't.
Damn it! The patron must have wiped your memories to cover their tracks.
But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless.
Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature.
I don't know. I just...
Damn it. We don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used a number of tactics to coerce you into doing this.
That's also possible. Arya.
As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you.
What are you doing here? Father. I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say?
His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else.
We should also head back to Celeste.
Right.
No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we left off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should reveal what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. It all began noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Routhall with Arya, my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the guards guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us.
That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular of who was permitted to enter the cathedral.
It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through.
Or you two entered the cathedral illegally.
Well, I'm sure that night when the King's Guard can vouch for us.
I know about every order given to the King's Guard, and none of them were told to let you two through.
It's possible the night we met fell comatose like the others. As long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know.
Perhaps we should continue.
Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Freyja sisters and Ares Ilmater.
Ares Ilmater?
She's a friend of Beatrice Freyja. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Ares to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at the lake Galacrond.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him in a force cage.
What a despicable act.
Oh wait, that's the dragon.
What a despicable act.
Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. It was also at this time both Beatrice and Ares went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
And are you saying this patron controlled her as well?
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other.
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all of their pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used it to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him.
To think they would use her to attack the prince as well.
Luckily, the effects of the spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. The High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. At about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate, and that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice to the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. Then she used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time to close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned on how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. Before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the 3 nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine. You can tell them.
Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrett Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assume this meant he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing, and when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear that I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce had sent that letter to someone else.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron.
I will give you that.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. In a grim, short sort of way, it was almost poetic that he died the same way that Flintheart did. But you doubt that this will give Celeste any kind of closure.
Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to figure out who did this.
I see. That sounds as good as plan as any.
Kingsguard, escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right,
Commander?
I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me.
Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander.
Sorry, your scaled lordship, sir.
Commander, just try your best to testify what happened.
Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out at the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room, and that's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized she offed all 3 of them.
So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil?
Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burnt a lot of physical evidence off of his body.
What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body?
No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All that we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information that you can glean from their investigation.
And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct?
Yeah, we still have no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with.
Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after the three of the murders occurred.
Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelman really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly.
That leaves the question of how they did this so efficiently.
Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted a prince of Whippengard.
We were already dealing with the king who was trapped in that force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour, and most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe.
You suppose that makes sense, and the casualties still included many knights from the King's Guard. They probably had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire in the common room.
What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander?
Did you see Arya or Celeste?
No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. and the knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place.
Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help?
You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her.
Right. Sorry.
Recalling that moment is clearly taking a toll on our mind. You should be more careful.
Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died.
Yeah, and we have no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelwind were unresponsive.
I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive too?
We have no idea. We'd never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour.
You suppose that makes sense, but that common thread truly be a mere coincidence? That last sentence was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. But whose murder should we elaborate on?
We already know how he died. Von Sanctus? Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died?
Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body, and our divination magic can only tell that he died of suffocation.
I see, so there's no other physical evidence.
Well, there's one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing that she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow.
So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White.
Sure, whatever you say, kid.
She must have hit him with firebolt to keep him from getting away. But that was abjuration magic.
Objection!
Fuck! No, that didn't work. Your Grace, da-da-da-da. I failed to see that. Ah, fuck. You're right. He didn't have anything to defend himself with. Oh, wait, I think I'm supposed to present this.
Objection!
No? What the fuck? He didn't have anything. To keep him getting away, he didn't have anything to defend himself with. What? Huh? But abjuration magic, what? 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 Huh? Okay, apparently that's not fucking there. Do I present the spell? Oh, I'm supposed to present the spell, bruh. That's strange.
What is it now?
Commander White, you said that Steelwind's attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him.
Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances.
I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
what implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage. A spell compendium. What the fuck is this compendium? No? It's the only somewhat believable, do you remember? Oh, motherfucker, I'm getting my shit mixed up. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be by 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast the Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there's some way to bypass the Force Cage.
And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it.
Right. Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait. If Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air?
That would be a glaring weakness, as Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it.
Oh. And the fire was to burn all the oxygen that was around him, so he'd suffocate. Right. And even if they had used poisonous gases, the autopsy report would have said he was suffocated. Only oxygen
can travel through the bounds of the Force Cage. So how did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus despite that?
The fire consumed all the... yeah. No, oh shit. Oops. There we go. The Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there's no oxygen left in the room?
No oxygen? Ah, I see.
It was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage, so she started a fire to eat all of the oxygen within the room.
Yep, and that's how he suffocated. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate.
Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus, but with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment.
Just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances.
Correct. There was only one fire, and if Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galatrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere.
It's clear that our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered.
But we don't know where she was murdered.
And the only witnesses who saw her around this time was the High Speaker.
Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call the High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Please carry on.
Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness you will testify about.
Oh, great and blessed scaled Lord.
Oh, that's why he was hesitant.
To think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Forgive me, Lord Rathalion. I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool.
Wow, it looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once.
How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I am not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the scared lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. The simulity. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this.
Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your...
You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord.
What? No!
Of course, my blood could never be enough.
Who would you just let me?
I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need time to gather some followers and... Oh my god, we just want your testimony! Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelwind was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how he was ready to commit mass murder?
Be quiet, we just got him to calm down.
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of time. My alarm went off and I realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking out over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again, she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there.
Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room.
Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scalable Lord must have graced me with with divine luck. Please, just stop.
Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events.
An alarm?
It's a rudimentary artificery device. I use it to remind me to conduct daily prayers.
I see. And do you have it set to go off at a specific time?
Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers.
Okay, 2:10 p.m., okay. What was her expression like?
Be right back.
Alright, we're back. It was very cold and motionless.
The patron must have had control over her when this happened.
Yes, that certainly makes the most sense.
Right. What time did this happen?
It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 12:15 p.m.
The encounter was short. Autopsy. Oh.
Objection!
Yep. Wait, what?
Is something wrong?
There is, but it's not really. I'm not really sure what it means.
Stop stammering and say what you want to say.
Speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony.
There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that she saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body.
That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body.
What are you talking about? The location from the balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly.
That may be, but the witness said just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m.
Wait.
You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.?
I see. That does seem peculiar.
But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from the balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there.
Yes, that's also true.
Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell.
Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body, and even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived the fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to this lake are more than 30 stories, and from the autopsy report, that says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force.
Right. So when did she die? She died before she was done. She would have died while she was falling. She died after she hit the water? She must have died after she hit the water.
But Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died on impact.
But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent, and she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that.
That's actually a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Which spell did she cast on herself? Stone Skin. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself.
Stone Skin?
If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker, and it didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. It's almost as if it was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone.
But that still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall. He's right.
Why did she cast Stone Skin on herself? Before they were attacked, no? On herself for some reason, that's the explanation why she... Before the murders? No? Oops. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response.
That would protect her from the Steel Wind strike.
But that doesn't quite seem right.
What do you mean?
I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she?
That's a good point too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. But if we assume my logic is correct, she would also still be alive. Why was she Oh, hold creature. No, Sybil was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell. And considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Hold creature, bitch. Where is it? No, that's prestidigitation. Where the fuck is it? No. Which icon was it? Ah, there. It was hold creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. And Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left the only one option for the patron. Sybil was choked in Lake Gonto. Drowned and there we go. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galakron. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing the spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. She drowned to death. I believe that covers all 3 of the murders then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast hold creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shaped liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victim's magics against them. But how does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shaped liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No, but he was knocked out alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage, and they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had the stone skin active. They also knew that hold creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin. Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 3 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierre might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with a creative way to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something that they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? It's no use. You can't piece it together yet, but you're not finished yet. There's another angle to this, considering who the patron did and didn't target. The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What similarity we can draw from between at least 2 of them? Von Sanctus and Sybil are house leaders of Pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying that the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the 4 pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question. Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now? Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of the Weapon Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre, and yet you wouldn't even need to make a deal with the demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear that there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? Wandered to high, what the frame? Oh, the patron wanted... To frame, to hide, to kill. Wanted to kill. Wanted to hide, wanted to frame. Wanted to frame House Steelwind to make them suffer? No, made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelwind in order to... They wanted people to see her. To make them suffer? For the murders? Why didn't... Oops, sorry. Lucio wanted to hide, save her and child, no. The patron wanted to save... Frame... Arya. Why didn't they target them? Arya wanted to save House Steelwind from the nobility? No. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? Okay. No. Arya, Tyrion, the victim's house. Wanted to frame, to kill, to hide, to save. Using Arya? No? Made no attempt to kill Steelwind, and when originally Arya, they made an attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. Wanted to frame. They wanted... The patron wanted... Arya? No. Lucio? No. Valiant? No. It's the patron or Arya. Why did the patron... Yes, the patron wanted to hide, save, frame. No, she's also from the nobility. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? Okay, I'm really stumped by this one. Lucio wanted to save For the murders, no. Oh, okay, there we go. I was drawing for that earlier, but I guess I just had the wrong prompts. The patron wanted the people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter? Is that a tinge of anger you feel from it?
Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be forever diminished.
About a month ago, House Freyja lost its head, and his successor, Leif Freyja, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now that the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another related to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families, except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes, in contrast to Sybil and von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why was he targeted? Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents? The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when he showed up for the meeting?
Oh, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter?
You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said you knew who Celeste's parents were.
I did send that letter, but not to you two.
We weren't the intended recipients of that letter.
That's right.
So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? The patron. There's only one person Pierce could have sent the letter to.
The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the patron.
But that means
the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. By Celeste's parentage. But who the fuck is she from? Where the fuck is she from?
Order! Order in the court!
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me.
But why go through the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him.
Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too.
What?
They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce. They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and that information he had about her was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they eliminate any threat that Celeste would pose to them.
But who would be threatened by such information?
The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have been something to do with their birthright.
Right. So who would that leave? The royal family. So who would that leave? House Freyja, House Steelwind. The royal family? King de Wivengard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family?
You think I'm a princess?
I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. And when it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes.
But that wouldn't entirely make sense.
What do you mean?
If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern at Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
Okay, I don't know why you had to bring that up.
My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage.
That's disgusting.
That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Astor is the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances.
Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Astor for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So where did that leave? Well, not Freyja. Steelwind? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only pillar family whose house leader survived the past month.
You think I'm McCoy's biological father?
Ugh, you're barely a father to your actual daughter.
I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of the argument. As I've said, it would make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. Freyja? I'm just gonna go through the other options first. I recall during Beatrice Freyja's trial, we heard that William Freyja's last will and testament, it mentioned that House Freyja's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children.
Ah, if McCoy were to be revealed as a Freyja, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Could I seriously be a Freyja?
I don't want to suspect Leif or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Freyjas are no strangers to making deals with demons. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leif or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem to be the type to do something like this.
Bah, you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children will be capable of something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. Anyways, we should consider the Eye Taker. What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing?
The Eye Taker, that common criminal. What reason would he have to do this?
I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wivengard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Freyja to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne?
But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in the glyph of contingency. His Majesty might as well have died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But we need to consider every possibility. Ugh, but I just can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. Well, you don't see him coming up with any you don't see him coming up with any ideas.
There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties all together.
Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wivengard.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wivengard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes, but whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose I have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've attained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. So how should we proceed? Ugh. What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel there's something I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it.
We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so we can look into these new leads.
I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look at what we discovered today.
Then it's... oh, what the fuck? Okay, I thought I skipped something.
Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning.
You're all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping careful watch over all of you. There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind.
Hey, Tyrion?
It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important.
Tyrion?
What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember?
Tyrion!
Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking about everything.
You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest?
No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate.
But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it.
Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus.
But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him?
I suppose I'll have to speak with him too.
What? No! What if he tries to kill you again?
Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take.
Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into?
What?
Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade?
Ouch!
You know what that's not what I meant. It's just whole thing is crazy, isn't it?
It's fine, it's just like any of our investigations.
It's not though! What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't?
After her voice begins to break.
Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong.
You almost died, Tyrion.
I know.
Tyrion, you almost died!
I know, Celeste.
No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were...
She can't even complete that sentence.
Celeste,
You were focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her.
I'm sorry. I didn't think...
Don't apologize, just please. Please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out.
And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that?
I don't care if that happens.
Celeste!
I don't care, Tyrion! I'll apologize to her all you want after this. But all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore.
Even if she seemed surprised by what she said.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I'm really happy you're a part of my life.
What?
I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but...
You're not going to stop, are you?
It's like I've always said.
Man, king or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio.
What?
If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us.
Celeste, that's hardly...
No, you don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you.
Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat.
Fine, let's just go.
She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after all this is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what?
Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him.
Are
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Let's just not waste any more time.
Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Oh, it's because of that thought.
Hey, don't walk so far ahead.
You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. But when this trial is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Using the King God's teleportation network, you arrive back in Ratholm. Due to Celeste's insistence, you are being escorted by a division of the Night Guard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you.
Sir, where will we be heading first?
It's a little strange giving orders to the knights. It's definitely going to take some getting used to.
What's wrong?
There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing.
Oh, shit.
But what?
Just don't push yourself too hard, okay?
Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together.
Each of the nobles have returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Ravengard. Let's go to the Freya Manor. You arrive at the Freya Manor hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. After some time asking around, one of the servants mentions that they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. But once he sees who you are, he calms down.
Oh, hello friends. Sorry for boys. Trevor thought he smelled something bad.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
You scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius.
Sorry for barging in, Leif.
No, it's no problem at all.
Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here.
I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened?
Of course, I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation.
Should I leave?
No, you were with me when everything happened, and your testimony will substantiate my alibi.
Oh, he's pissed. He really doesn't want to be here. Leif, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I just wanted to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you were behind this.
No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the eye taker. Why don't you go to interrogate him?
Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him.
Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice's... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened.
What?
Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he is acting in good faith, and he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see.
You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen?
It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Mornath has gone missing.
What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right. If it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict.
She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask.
I appreciate your trust, all of you, but I have to ask, where were all of you between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day?
Luckily, we were all together.
Me, Leif, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m.
But at around 2 p.m., my sister and Miss Illimato both went missing. I can't believe you trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Illimato could do to stop it. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre.
You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything?
No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. But when we arrived at the nave, we found Asta trapped in a force cage.
Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground.
But the King's Guard found us and asked us to stay where we were.
Right, I suppose that makes sense. All you did and did you see Ares at all when this happened?
No, we never saw her.
So we grow closer to indicting her. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious.
You don't think...
It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter.
She says what?
You didn't know? I'd have thought that Beatrice would have told you.
No, she didn't mention that at all.
It looks like Ares has a lot to answer for. If you can even find her, that is.
I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with the demon lately?
How dare you? That arrogant little peasant. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the idea is very infuriating. Our very present, our sister was the only person known, with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us.
You didn't catch any of the incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but you've been misled by it before.
Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just brute force it? What? Due to the king's funeral, the king's guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes?
That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Wait, is that safe?
There's only one way to find out.
You take a look at your notes and begin to looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you might as well go in alphabetical order. You clear your throat in preparation.
Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Astrid Wivengard.
Tyrion, what's wrong?
You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in an immense pain.
Oh, what? What's happening to him? Patrick, use your magic to heal him.
Right.
Oh, you silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that.
What?
And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started my fun yet.
Who are you?
Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. Tyrion, please wake up.
Oh shit, did I actually fucking die? Did I actually die? Oh my god. Celeste?
You're okay.
You most certainly don't feel okay. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend?
Yeah.
What happened?
You died. What? I never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait.
Was that the cause?
But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? Aster does not have a deal with the Empress of Discord, no? Oh. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict must be some sort of divine power, so asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless.
Please be more careful.
Oh.
I don't think my heart can take this.
Well, at least we didn't know Aster didn't do this.
That was the most obvious one.
Either way, you should still make note of this.
No blood contract, yep. Man, okay, apparently if the person doesn't have a blood contract, you just straight up die. Damn. Anyways, it's clear that I can't just brute force this. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity.
Just please be careful.
No promises.
Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should move the hell away from here, alright? I guess we just moved to the cathedral. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Aster or Lucio might be here.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
As you enter, you are approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio.
How is your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale.
Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier.
You're a little too embarrassed to admit that you almost ended up dying. Well, try to exude more caution next time. I'll be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand.
Why is everything you say so aggressive?
Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. By judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert?
Oh, sorry.
After he attacked you in Frigga Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day. I'm not going to attack you again.
I hope you can understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What?
That's not... It's because you're Heavensborn.
What? What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this?
It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I've heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Mere Maranath?
As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so as far to say that I believe in the existence of the other planes. But I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't quite feel human.
So that's why you attacked me. I was exuding a threatening aura.
It was actually the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign. I thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion.
I see. That's quite an astounding ability.
What about you, McCoy?
What?
Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him?
Is that true?
Well... Wow, there's a really big carriage outside. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Now that I get a good look at him, he's kind of cute. Yeah! It was kind of similar.
For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed.
Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the new reigning king of Wivengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Oh, of course. My apologies, Lord Steelwind. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor.
He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress at all, after all.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless. Lucia, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap up for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late king's coffin?
Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage, although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both force cage and glyph of contingency, and many of them fell comatose during the massacre. So we don't even know if one of them betrayed us.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means we have no way of telling when the glyph of contingency was set.
I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a fireball to try to destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or His Majesty's firebolt.
I'm terribly sorry about that.
So wait, they're both evocation magic? Oh, I thought that was a conjuration spell. Oh, that is also... well, shit.
You can't blame him for reacting like that, but it's going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult.
Have either of you just spoken to Arya since the trial? We have. I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered.
No thanks to you.
What?
She's only in this situation because of you.
Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her.
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she dedicated herself into fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. But you know nothing about her, and she's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path. She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tamora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought if she had become like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her.
You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much.
Are you seriously that dense? When were you still engaged to Lady Freyja, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time that I heard her silently crying at her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you. Is he getting angry on her behalf?
I had no idea.
My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you.
Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation.
It seems that he cares for Arya a lot more than you realize, and the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? The mood is a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter?
What do you mean?
Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you're destroying the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning?
Lucio, I'm not planning anything.
Please, do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
Well,
Scale Lord, you are actually doing it for that reason. Is this what all Heavensborn are like?
I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya.
I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely.
I'm not. I will save her, Lucio.
Anyways, it appears that you still have no idea who set that trap for Aster. Judging from the spell companions you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means that they could have set that trap too. Either way, it looks like you won't be getting any more new information here. And you can highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people you've met thus far. There's only one last person you need to talk to.
Motherfucking Eye Taker. But he's dead, so...
You make your way back to the alleyway that Tamora brought you to a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the King's Guard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted root stone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stops focusing her magic into it, the King's Guard will be notified and they will storm the building.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
The eye taker is your prime suspect. Everything else has been an alibi and lacks a motive. Not to mention Ares was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal, and she still hasn't turned up since the massacre.
Alright, on 3. 1,
2.
3! What?
There's no one here.
Damn it!
Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. You took a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. It doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice.
I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore.
You see the Celeste toss the King's Guard's runestone onto the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of the soldiers rushing towards your direction. Freeze in the name of the Women Guard! You see him freeze as he scans the runes and sees no one else is there. Be careful, sir. They appear to have turned themselves invisible.
They're not here, you idiot.
Oh. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on the chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched into the air as you do so.
He had the last piece we need. None of the other suspects had the means nor motive to do this, but he's probably long gone by now. It's over.
I'm sorry. But you did everything you could, didn't you?
But it wasn't good enough.
A part of you knew that it was a long shot. If he were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down.
What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is.
Wait a minute.
Actually, there is one person who might know where he is.
What do you... Wait, you don't mean...
At this point, it's the only option we have.
Are you sure? You two aren't exactly...
I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. We're going back to Tamora.
You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. You arrive at the office of Tamora's law firm. According to Arya, Tamora is still practicing, so it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the eye taker apparently did. And if anyone knows where she currently is, she will. You bring up your hand up and up to the door, to knock on the door. But you stop for a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. You feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. You take a deep breath and steely resolve. You knock on the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert?
Oh yeah. She still cares, but...
She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze now is as she notices the legion of knights escorting you.
Are you here to arrest me?
No, of course not. Can we come in?
Yes, of course.
You take a seat in the office, but you can't really think of anything to say, and the knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension.
Hey, Celeste, could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building?
What? But... Are you sure?
I am.
But what if something happens?
Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wivengard. I think I'll be fine.
No, but... Sorry, you're right. I'll just...
With a motion of her hand, the knights follow her out of the office, right before she leaves and waits at the door and looks at you for a while. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Now then, let's get this over with.
Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now.
Yeah, I think she's been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days.
What?
It's a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you.
That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. You take in a deep breath.
I received your letters.
Oh, did you?
I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet.
Of course, whenever you're not busy.
This is really awkward, but you are going to have to go through this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct.
Mr. Mora, I trusted you.
I know.
I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you, and you lied to me. You told the criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Oranax and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this?
It sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her.
I started thinking about what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things. I might have been able to move on from losing my mother. But you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment.
I had a son once. Before you, I mean.
What?
I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us.
Wait, you ran a tea shop?
I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it. But I was really happy back then.
What happened?
One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense.
She never told you about this before.
What was his name?
It was Ryan.
Oh. What did you do after Ryan died?
I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided I would take justice into my own hands.
Wait, you didn't?
No, at the time I thought that killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything from records of illegitimate children to plots that he was making against other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use their rules and laws they made against them.
Just like an attorney.
Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wivengard's laws, and learned how to work with the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility, but I realized I didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to quit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. I'd never met someone with that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy, no matter what kind of mood you were in.
Yeah, I remember.
But I failed her, and I failed you.
Mr. Mora, I never once blamed you for what happened.
I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough.
When you asked me to train
you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been that I look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility, but I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people, and you cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me.
What?
Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would have never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you.
The eye of Horus shows that her feelings are genuine. But does that even matter at this point?
I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tamora, but I don't know if I can.
I don't blame you.
But I want to try.
She looks away for you for a moment as she wipes a single tear.
Miss Tamora.
No, don't call me that.
What?
If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. So call me by my first name.
Okay, Ruby?
Saying that feels really strange after all these years, but you hope you can get more used to it.
And she's happy.
Right. I almost forgot the entire reason I came here.
What is it?
I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something.
Okay.
I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker.
Tyrion!
I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more.
Tyrion.
But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you.
Tyrion. The Eye Taker's dead.
What?
He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians.
What?
Everyone's saying that it was some sort of retaliation from House Freyja. Did you notice that he didn't send anyone after you?
But Ares said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh, thank you. And why would Ares say that then?
Who's Ares?
What? You've met her before. She's had long black hair and she wears a black dress. I guess she really likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter.
Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair.
What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial.
That's right. What are you talking about?
Oh shit, she's using that on her too.
She was never at that meeting.
Oh, is she under her contract too? Oh fuck. What?
What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently?
I'm sorry, Lucio, but whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. They could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. That's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre.
No.
Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
A part of you really hopes that you're wrong about this.
Oh boy.
That's the only explanation you can think of. But why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memories of Ares. Since her disappearance, you have highly suspected that she was involved in this. Not only that she was at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. But you never thought to ask one question.
Who was Ares Ilmater? Is the patron? No? Oh, hold on.
There we go. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. I heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. I thought those stories were complete hogwash until I met you and Beatrice's Freyja's familiar.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Ares, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling it's like I'm in front of a predator I could never ever hope to beat. Every instinct tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. As to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
There's still very little you know about demons, so what's to say that one can take the appearance of a human? But it's still a long shot. But there is one way to find out for sure. But if you're wrong, you're very much going to die.
Tyrion, talk to me. What's going on? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. What?
If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. But it's already late and the trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations.
Ares Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue you upon... Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. By the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamora.
So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion.
This entire time, I've been chasing you.
You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around.
You've been making contracts with people across Wivengard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this?
Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle.
You.
But I suppose that you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift?
Upon signing this contract, Tamora grants the Empress of the Sword access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tamora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she pleases. It's signed in Ruby Tamora's name.
What was that?
Ruby. Ares Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her.
What? Tyrion, I swear on my life I didn't know anything about this.
I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya.
Arya? What does the prosecutor have to do with this?
Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding?
Is that a blood contract?
Celeste, Ares is the Empress of Discord.
What?
It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her, and she probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre.
What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of it that one time, but how could Ares be a demon? She looks nothing like Moranath.
I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon.
Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that.
We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately.
Ugh, but if she really is a demon, is it even possible to arrest her?
It's already been a day. For someone like her, that would be even more than enough to skip town.
We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know.
Yeah, of course.
Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action.
Right.
You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you.
Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately?
Yeah. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case.
It's just that...
What's wrong?
Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self.
No, tell me! Tell me!
I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways. So if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing.
Okay.
I know that you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the King's Guard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord, but just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left.
I will. I promise.
Thank you.
You finally found the lead you've been looking for, but you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Ares? Why would she go through the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be your friend. What's her goal in all of this? Hopefully tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you're looking for.
Is something the matter? Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orem, I put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a little bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though.
You're goddamn insane.
That took you long enough to notice. I guess the oafish Inquisition commander does have some observational skills after all.
Whatever. You just better not try anything.
You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison.
Ugh.
We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking, no more god-awful teasing when we both know who really was behind this. It's just me and you.
Oh boy, this is interesting.
Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected.
Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scared lord?
People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Ares Ilmater, and ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like. Oops. But we know the truth now. People of the Wivengard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility.
Objection!
Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell her who the patron is and be done with this.
Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me tell you this, why are you assuming that the patron is a human?
What?
In Arya's contract, it says the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
If what you're saying is true, that makes things a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
Haven't you forgotten what my underlings said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply perform in the abyssal hells. I wonder, what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain. But I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you?
What nonsense are you spouting?
When you thought she had mage blood, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope that you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, and her position might have been salvageable. And you did this all so she can be with her beloved Asta.
What?
But then it was revealed that she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mage fight is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this now, can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her.
Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind.
Ah, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her.
No,
Ares, stop this. Also, wait, he killed her mother?
And you know what that did to her? You didn't just take away her mother,
You took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness.
Ares.
She didn't fall in love with Asta because she didn't fall in love with Asta. She became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person and she clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. And you know deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pitied you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence.
What?
But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract.
What? What is it?
My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery.
You little wretch. I will hunt you until the end of
Enough! Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if you want to find out how this happened.
Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do.
I just don't understand, Ares. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wivengard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this?
Tyrion, why are you here?
What?
Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you seek justice in a clearly unjust world?
I don't know, honestly.
I think you do know. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is the stain on this world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get whatever they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend that they're anything different.
You're wrong, Ares. Humanity is so much more than you realize, and I truly pity you if that's all you see in us.
Oh, now it's us. That actually reminded me. There's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. So, it's so self-indulgent that it makes me want to puke.
That's what the Heavensborn are?
It is, and I made quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life, and it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion.
Wait, are you saying...
You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion.
No.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch.
Lucio?
Cuthbert, you promised me that we would save my daughter together.
I'm sorry,
You said those words to me with such conviction, yet here you stand quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion, Cuthbert? He's probably desperate at this point. If Ares is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There was very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. But what kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through?
Ares, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out.
Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you, but I do wonder how long that will last.
Final boss battle, let's go.
It's true, I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice and Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lord Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct orders from anyone.
Your testimony is pretty thorough.
Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion?
She's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely.
So you completely carried out this plan yourself.
Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone.
You know what I meant.
Yes, I can't help with myself sometimes. To state things plainly, no human willingly helped me with my plan that day.
You know that she can't lie, but she's probably had a lot of practice deceiving people. You should keep your wits about you.
How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret.
Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all of my secrets now, can I?
You can't exactly threaten her to charge her with perjury. It's a surprise she's even testifying in the first place. Until you can extract all the information she has, you'll just have to play along with her games.
What a terrifying ability.
Thank you for noticing!
That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people.
Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered.
Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract.
Aren't you just assuming that?
What?
How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me?
My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Ares.
Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point.
If that's true, tell us what circumstances Arya signed the contract.
You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would never sign a contract like that, even if it were to protect Aster.
Why were you using their full names?
You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. The list is very long, you know.
Ignore her, Lucia. She's just trying to get under your skin. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus and Sybil were key members of the Women Guard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill all three of them?
I didn't.
What?
I didn't have the reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate the deaths.
No, but you specifically went after them.
I did, but I didn't have any particular reasons to do so.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that to my testimony?
What?
It would help you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
She has got to be the most unpredictable witness you've cross-examined.
To kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Ah, the murder route. Got him. Ares, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it?
Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated.
That's not what I was referring to.
Oh?
You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match up with what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it?
Is that so?
That look on her face. Why does she look so happy?
Ares, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent.
I agree. So why would I do that?
For the love of God, woman, can you just stop speaking in riddles?
I have no love for any god aside from myself.
She's behaving differently than she was during your testimony. She's being vague. Is she hiding something? Okay, stop getting baited by the words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following.
I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly as efficiently as possible.
She could have been trying to mislead you.
Which phrase did she use to mislead?
No, considering who she is, she was definitely trying to mislead you.
Okay. To kill them specifically?
She used the word specifically. Could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims, but she might have a reason to kill in general. That seems like a stretch though. She did say that she did all of this for you. Did she settle all of this so you would have a mystery to solve? It's too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. For all you know, she could have had a very specific reason to kill them, but she said multiple times that she didn't have a reason, and of all the parts of that statement, that seems the most direct. Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. She said that she needed Arya to kill the victims, but that phrasing doesn't seem necessarily mean she required Arya to do this. Although you still don't know the circumstances that she signed the contract under, so perhaps Arya was the only powerful mage she could trick or coerce into giving up control. By the way, that doesn't really mislead you. Perhaps her other phrases are something you can use. She said to kill her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Moranath using a similar trick used during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims.
Ares, which of the people in this case were your victims?
Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim.
Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you?
If that's what you think, it's definitely possible.
Again with the vague answers. Why would she agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any you can do to threaten her with, and nothing you can do to permanently harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here. But why?
Just tell me, Ares, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Coraline Sybil?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent?
Out with it, demon! Who killed Garrick Pierce?
I refuse to answer.
She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose?
Who killed Garrick Pierce?
If she's refusing to answer the question, that must mean the answer is different from her previous answers.
An unknown person?
An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean...
Ares, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you?
Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that.
Are you serious?
I grow sick of your games, demon.
You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. but because of the risk of getting it wrong. That just leaves you right where you started.
Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent?
Because it would be so much better when you discover it yourself.
That means you already have the evidence you need to do so.
You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling at the back of your mind, haven't you?
What? How did you?
It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day.
You made a contract with the patron on that day?
Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Bat Garrick Pierce that day?
Oh, someone related to Celeste.
Okay, think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and only think of the facts. If Ares wasn't the patron, that means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Ares, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Ares admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were effectively able to counter every magical defense they brought up. They knew Von Sanctus would still need oxygen in his force cage, and they knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by an old creature and affected by stone skin.
Is experience in using lethal magic.
They were well versed in using magic lethally.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic.
Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil.
Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively.
But things changed when they murdered Pierce. Ares implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So, did the patron kill them personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide her own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No. Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m.
Why didn't Ares use Beatrice to kill Pierce? Ares wasn't able to kill personally. No? That means the murderer was forced to kill him personally. No? Ares of the man strange, but why didn't Ares use Beatrice to kill Pierce? Okay. Beatrice was forced to kill Pierce, hide the murders, betray the patron, not fight Celeste, kill. The murderer wanted to... I forgot. Why didn't Ares use Beatrice to... No. Ares said that means the murder Pierce while she was knocked out. Strange, but there's one possible explanation why they killed Pierce personally.
They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does this mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method was used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently, it's right there. So what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders of the Four Pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue you had is the one that Ares indirectly gave you.
My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth.
The truth. She wants you to discover it. At first you thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't be here. She wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wants you to realize. Because it will throw you into despair somehow. Let's review everything you deduced about whoever she made the contract with. So the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention, they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened.
No way. Is it Aster? Wait, no. Wait, no, it's Aster and the... No, because we tried to get a blood contract out of him and he didn't have any. He didn't have it with the Empress of Discord, so no. Oh, no, it can't be. Wait, no. No, it couldn't have been the High Speaker. Maybe the High Speaker?
In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce.
No, not you. No, you don't have any connections. You? No, it's not him. Wait. Celeste? What? No, that's not...
It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far.
What?
Who did Ares make a blood contract with on the day of the murder?
On the day of the murder? No! It can't be, that's not...
Ares wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. No, you owe it to everyone within guard to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is.
Oh shit. Stop it. It has to be someone else. She would never...
Can you think of anyone else? Who else could have Ares have chosen? Who else would she have chosen to make you feel like this?
Oh damn it! Damn it! Ah!
Your scream of anguish echoes throughout the ruins. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion. What? What is it?
Is everything alright, Mr. Cuthbert?
Tyrion, are you?
You can feel it in your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know.
There it is! You realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? I demand an explanation.
Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered?
Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now.
You want to be wrong. You never wanted anything to be more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. But you know the truth.
Ares Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Tyrion Cuthbert,
Attorney of the Arcane.
By the Eye of Horus, I issue you upon a divine edict. Release thy god and manifest your blood contract with.
Say it! Say your name so that everyone can hear it!
Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with. Celeste McCoy. Oh, fuck. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, and contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hands. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. What? But it was on the day of the murder. Oh, he was killed. Oh. Ares used Beatrice to murder. Oh, so Tyrion did die that day. Oh my god. Yeah, with the apparent editor shall revive him. So he did die on the day of the murder, but he was brought back by the blood contract. Oh. Holy shit. I died?
Tyrion, I'm sorry.
What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time.
Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord?
I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion.
What?
I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Aerys.
Oh.
They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion. You.
She can't even bring herself to say it.
Do you realize now, Tyrion?
Stop it.
Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed her soul away to me. All so that you could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract.
Oh. What? How could you?
I was stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to...
She used that contract to make you act against your will. So that wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Freyja who were controlled that day.
You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter.
I must execute Celeste McCoy.
What?
Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her.
Oh shit.
Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you can find her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will be free from my control. Do it.
What? What are you saying?
I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have come forward and admitted to what I did, but I kept holding on to the hope that it was also got a trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove all of this wasn't my fault.
You finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and it absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing, it's because you subconsciously refuse to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there is no reason to continue with this.
What?
I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer.
You can't just...
Kingsguard, restrain him.
Wait.
Lucio.
That's enough. What kind of court is this?
To everyone's surprise, Arya leaped from the platform above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcefully pushed Ares out of the way, something that catches even her off guard.
Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this.
Arya, what are you doing?
How dare you, father?
What?
How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would have filed you for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how could you just stand there?
Me?
You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath?
I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively.
Tyrion, to hell with that.
What?
Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion,
Celeste, can you testify about what happened?
What? But...
Arya's right. We need to do this properly.
I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened.
It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible, but even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him. Fine, do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary.
Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand.
So it comes full circle. Celeste.
Tyrion,
Can you testify about what you did that day?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
The truth is that Ares rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting. And that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Ares attacking the gods at 1:40 p.m.
A lot earlier, really? And the commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and...
They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room, and Beatrice, she killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Ares told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize she'd used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract.
Another?
After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back.
That nagging feeling is still there. There's something off about her testimony. Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert.
Gladly. Right. That part was written in a slightly misleading way.
She must have thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell, but instead she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon.
Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing that blood contract?
I
didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm so sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for me telling me who my parents were. Ares made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract and make it look like a Ares made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract and make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes.
Wait, something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong.
I didn't realize she used my eternal servitude. I didn't. She used another blood contract.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Fuck. Arya into signing another blood contract? Why does she have another contract? Hold on. For the apparent death of revival shall run contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy shall be eternally bound to the as part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya and the Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it's stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Gary Pierce by her own hand. What the fuck?
Objection!
No. Yeah, I was just kind of throwing shit at the wall. She probably wanted me to watch what I was using me to do. I'm sorry. That's not... How could you think I ever want that, Celeste?
I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why would a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice.
That goes against everything I stand for.
I know, and I don't care if you hate me after this, but even now I would still make that same choice.
I don't hate... Perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. But why do you feel like something she said doesn't match up with the evidence you have?
Yeah, it's the sixth sword. Yeah.
Into signing another blood contract. Why another one? What the fuck? What? Another one? The murder's route?
Objection!
No, I'm just kind of throwing random shit at the wall here. What the fuck is this? No spells. she was missing?
Objection!
No. Fuck. Oh man, this is the most difficult court trial in the game so far. Well, yeah, I guess it's the final case, it makes sense. Wait, what's her spell compendium? Oh wait, no, she does know shape liquid. Ah, fuck.
Objection!
I'm just throwing random shit at the wall.
Objection!
No, I already used that. Fuck. Another blood contract. Why does she have another blood contract?
Objection!
No, I'm just throwing random shit at the wall. I am stumped.
Objection! Objection!
No. Fuck. Is it not that statement? I guess it's not that statement. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her. That's all so she could make me suffer.
Tyrion, I'm so...
Stop. Just don't. Okay, no, it's just... Yeah, it is the statement, so wait, hold on. After that, I followed when I ended the deal. I killed Pierce so that you could bring Tyrion back. Another black... What the fuck is it? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Objection!
No? Eh. I don't know. I don't fucking know. She rewrote my memories?
I didn't realize until after you woke up and gave you your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you.
Ares has the power to take control of people against their will, and she clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. But if that's true, you can't even trust your own memories.
Right. I suppose you didn't have control over Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her?
I'm sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi.
Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony.
The testimony of Prince Alark and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Steelman also knew that she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of their testimony.
What did Frigg and that demon do when you found the McCoy?
My eternal servitude. What evidence do I use against you? Fucking god damn it. What the fuck? Obviously. Another? What? Why another? Also, what fucking evidence do I use? Not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna have to search this shit up because I have no idea what to do. I genuinely have no idea. Okay. Oh boy, I actually have no idea what to do.
Oh, I'm supposed to press statement 4? What? It says statement 4. Statement 5. Present. What? So, no, fuck! Wait, so I'm supposed to press statement 4? Press statement 4, press. Present murder of Garrett Pierce? What? Okay. Murder of Garrett Pierce.
Objection!
No? What the fuck am I... This walkthrough is bullshit. Oh wait, I'm reading the wrong part of the walkthrough. Hold on. Where the fuck is the button? Second statement. Present Leif's testimony. Hold on, okay. Oh, okay, that's it. I think I was too hyper-focused on the fifth statement. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. and you went out to investigate. That's when you saw Ares and Beatrice.
Yeah, I lied about my fight against Arya. I never even fought her.
If that's true, how do you explain the discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leif shouldn't have been affected.
Thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence.
Really? I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m.
Wait, what did you just say?
Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 p.m., right?
What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert?
Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony.
What? But I swear I'm not lying.
Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Ares and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Leif, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m.
What? When did they say that?
What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them.
I know, I was paying really close attention. I didn't see how close you were to finding me out. So why can't I remember?
She can't remember. Cuthbert, judging by what happened to you, Ares' Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. It's possible she changed the memories of Leif Frege and her entourage.
It's not just that, Lucio. There's also something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. She says she arrived much earlier than I remember. Oh, the letter. Celeste, the letter from Garrett Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m.
What?
Ares may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely.
But we don't know the full extent of our capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At this point, anything is possible, and Ares is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But if Lucio's right, Ares could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes, and she could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. But if she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found was deduced and has been logically consistent. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could have been explained by Ares changing several elements of the crime. But there is a far simpler explanation.
How explains contradicting memories of what happened?
Celeste, Ares currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating your memories right now?
I guess that's possible. But why would she even bother doing that?
She wouldn't need to do that unless she had something to hide.
Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide?
Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know.
But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control over my mind.
That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste?
It's really obnoxious how resilient you are.
What?
Why can't you all just give up already?
Ares? Is that you? What are you?
Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here.
Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Elementor's body.
Too late, Lucio. I win.
Celeste?
Damn it.
Ares, what did you do to her?
I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice.
You.
Why would you do such a thing, Elementor?
What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love into an eternal sleep?
If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something. I know it.
Damn it, we can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know
is Celeste.
Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this.
Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around your mind. But is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible.
Ares Ilmater.
What is it?
What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract?
Assuming there's anything even to dispute, everything is granted by the contract will be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means.
Lucio.
What is it?
Your men know where Ruby Tamora's law office is, right?
They do. Where are you going with this?
You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf.
Wait.
And tell her, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise.
You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest evils that ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract.
Ares Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct?
By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract.
I'll state it plainly then. There'll be no room for doubt.
I don't care.
What?
Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her?
You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing!
Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her.
Stop this!
I can't help myself. I'm only human after all.
Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It is recommended you make a save file now.
Thank you, game. Oh.
I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me on how I was unaffected by their deaths. It always came easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But the time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could ever have dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. It felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And when I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you. just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me?
It's good to see you too. Ow! What was that for?
You know it's for, you jerk. I literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. And you just threw your life away?
What else was I supposed to do? Should I have just let Lucio kill you?
Yes! That's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life.
I was never going along with that. Do you even know me?
Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
You know I always get the truth in the end. All you did was make the process extremely frustrating.
I could have gotten away with it.
You can't even beat it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me?
Oh, you! Tyrion, I killed Pierce.
I know.
At first, I tried to justify it by saying he would die in 1 month anyways. But what's his life when compared to yours, right? But when I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I just got so angry. So I woke him up.
What?
I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I...
Celeste.
You hate me, don't you? This time, I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die?
Do you honestly I care for you that little?
What?
You are and will always be extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you.
Tyrion,
So you're not gonna get rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me. And no matter where you go, we're going there together.
Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Ares, I can't believe you've brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father.
Where are we?
This is the courtroom of the gods, the place where the truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathon. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back.
Even now, she's still trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up?
You're nervous, aren't you?
Is that so?
There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm going to find out what.
Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. I suppose we have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Bring it. I'm gonna probably fumble this hard.
You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. So says the words of Asmodeus.
Asmodeus?
By his words, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain.
Rationalize? Yeah. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may have been created when they made a contract. You're hiding something that you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far to knock out Celeste before we could even get that information from her.
Oh, really now?
You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest.
Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Lay Freyja. How are you sure that her testimony is reliable?
It's supported by testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound.
Oh really? It looks like you've made a contradiction.
What? Encountered an illusion.
And that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus. What?
An illusion? What kind of illusion?
Who knows? My statement still stands.
You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence.
I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what's true and what is false. The word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable.
Damn it.
She can just say whatever she wants without having to provide any context. But she only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time.
What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Is there something else that proves Leif didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? Oh, the testimony with Aster. Wait, it didn't disappear. Where's Aster? This? Yeah. Regardless of when it happened, Leif and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that?
I won't deny it.
Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened, and mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time.
And once again, you're predicating on Aster's testimony.
Not just him, Ares, several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this.
True, and that's why I'll respond with this.
Activate did not trap Aster the River Guard during or after 1:50 p.m.
So says the words of Asmodeus.
But how? The testimony came from multiple people. Are you saying that the trap was sprung earlier than that?
Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue. So says the words of Asmodeus.
What?
I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened.
How many people did you make contracts with?
Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months, and I've had my talons with Vivengard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time.
But even the Kingsguard.
No one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should have known that better than anyone.
Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence.
Oh really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so,
you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone there.
Let's check that again, shall we? So says the words of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me?
But you only said it's possible. You never said it actually happened.
You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you.
That's completely ridiculous. How could I possibly verify a statement like that?
It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets it wrong even once, he'll die. That sounds more like your problem than mine.
Damn it. Nothing
to say, Tyrion. Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence?
Actually, yes. Yeah, because Aster doesn't have a fucking contract.
As long as her statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony you've gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised, except
Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you.
I suppose you're right. So you only use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game. I've got to give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean by that. Tyrion.
Come on, there has to be something you can use. But all the clues you gather could potentially be lies created by her. They're all useless against her.
Tyrion, you have to say something.
You can feel their strength fading. It feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep.
This has always been a contest of willpower, and I think he's finally run out. No.
You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before. Can she save you again?
Mom, Please, I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do.
You hear nothing back.
No.
It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste, and you really thought you could do this. But Ares is a being who wraps himself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence, could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue against someone like that?
It's not fair. It's not fair, Mr. Mora. You're not even bothering to investigate the crime scene properly. Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent. How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want.
They can. And that's exactly how I beat them.
What?
Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us, but there's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic.
Logic?
Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within the box is the truth, and conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie.
But how does that help us?
You point out the contradictions in the case, and that makes them throw even more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart.
Surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box?
Well, you can force them to.
What?
You can present your own truths, and you can force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes into the box.
That all sounds so complicated. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it.
Don't worry, you've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things, so don't give up.
I can present my own truths? Ares' cases hinges on when Beatrice disappeared, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m.
What was that?
I said...
This is far from over.
Oh shit. This is far from over. So says the word of Horus.
What the hell?
You feel yourself filled with radiant power of the High of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy upon the upper planes coursing through you.
Tyrion, you have wings.
Wait, really?
You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while until you realize your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore.
What did you just do?
I became a celestial, which means
no.
I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you.
Why would you just die already?
You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Ares. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now.
I have lived 1,000,000 years of your pathetic lifetimes, and you think I'm out of my depth? I'm the Empress of Discord, ruler of the sixth circle of hell. I am a god.
She doesn't know, Tyrion.
What the hell are you laughing about?
Wherever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth.
Since you so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. I want you to break your spirit in this form, also I can keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die.
What? What happened? Celeste?
I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart.
Ooh, what's your true form? Oh! Holy shit. Holy shit, damn! So that's her true form. What?
What is that thing? Did you honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am an ancient one. I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell.
So, this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back.
Kick her ass, Tyrion. I'm gonna carve out your souls and mount them on the fields of Malbolge.
Fate challenge. You'll need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally.
Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go so much trouble to make me doubt that?
When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Ares and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. But from the axiom you declared, you know that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Ares clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose?
Ares forced Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. No, Ares may be a predictable sometimes, but even she acts with a purpose. There's a reason why she changed Celeste's memories. It was to change the time that she remembered the events occurring. What the fuck? That's what I did. What? Why did... Oh wait, no. Ares needed Celeste. Oh, pfft. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet? That won't work this time. So said the word of Horus. Nothing to say? You can't stay quiet forever.
I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened?
That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Ares to change Celeste's memories. So said the word of Horus. An event occurred that requires Ares to change Celeste's memories.
The contract?
Fuck. No, Ares wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract at 1:40 p.m. She needed you to believe that you need to keep the narrative logically consistent. An event occurred that required Ares to change Celeste's memories. Yeah? No, fuck. I'm already fumbling. An event occurred that required Ares to... Her testimony? No, I already presented that. Fuck. I'm already fumbling here. Well, good thing I have the walkthrough. Fuck. Hold on. I am actually stuck on this one. Murderer Von Sanctus. Oh. It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You need Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus' death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, all in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's only logical. The only logical conclusion, the timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Ares?
Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so that there's no room for doubt. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust.
She always speaks in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value. This could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron, but if you're wrong about that, you'll most definitely die. You need to be careful before you decide to declare it. Okay, let's assume that Celeste isn't the patron.
Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract?
If Celeste isn't the patron, the contract would have already been signed. And you concluded the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. You already recall something happening, but it's still muddled. What was it?
Why would Celeste hand Arya? Head drop, tricked, killed, head, no. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Well, because it was in her contract, wasn't it? Dropped the contract, no. Why was Celeste Arya? Celeste hand Arya. Can you recall something else happened? It was brief, you kind of... Celeste and Arya. Oh, is it the other way around? No? Ares? Fuck. Drop the contract for Arya? I mean Celeste?
As she awkwardly skittles away, you see something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh wait, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
As she picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it.
Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that, I'm really happy for you.
She definitely handed the contract to her after it was signed. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she's not the patron either.
Is something wrong? You look conflicted.
No, from the very beginning she's been trying to get you into your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust, but you always know from the very beginning. Celeste would never betray Arya like that.
So says the word of Horus. Person who hands the contract to Arya will be referred to as the patron. To the patron.
now, you trust her that much? Oh wait, but that means...
You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think you did.
So it's not my fault?
It isn't.
But that has a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. We need to focus on saving Celeste for now.
Celeste was the one who secured Arya's compliance for incorporation. Doesn't that make your contract... Wait, what the fuck did I say? Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and No, I said that. Doesn't that make your contract flawed?
Please, I thought you were an attorney. Your contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then.
But that means none of this is her fault.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
Neither Arya nor Beatrice was ever responsible for the death of Garfield.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
Right. That's still the death of Pierce.
It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract.
You act like you're in control of the situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you?
Who can say for sure?
The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something's off here. Wait, is it all possible that I didn't die?
Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste.
Answer the question, Ares. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory, where she confirmed my death, could all be a fabrication.
If you're still holding on to the hope that you survived this, let me state it plainly for you.
Celeste McCoy did, in fact, okay.
I did not alter that memory. So says the words of old Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion.
How did you revive me, Ares? Do you still have that power? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead?
Oh, yep. I just remembered the Feign Dead spell.
Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why did you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died?
Knowing her, she could be baiting you into telling a lie. But it's equally likely that she's bluffing.
If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this.
Being somehow able to resurrect people from the dead.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
Interpret. No, I can't doubt that that's the truth. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do it? Is it possible? Interpret? Yeah. Why would you need to specify beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Moranath be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some of the trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily, so says the word of Horus.
That's not the same as saying it was impossible for me to do it.
But it will require a large amount of effort on your part.
Perhaps. But recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there, and by all accounts she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I have experience in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing and your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail.
Right. There's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. And Ares just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate you. There has to be more to this than you're seeing. What could have created this scenario? Fucking feigned. Oh, that's not the wrong one. No. Ah, there it is. You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control.
Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead?
No, the opposite is actually true. So says the word of Horus.
What?
I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used the spell to trick you.
No, So everything I did, it was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract says it was only apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up.
Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point. And that only leaves the death of Gary Pierce at Celeste's hand.
Something happened.
Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding?
Whatever could you be talking about?
Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, it must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you wanted to stay quiet, I'll just...
Of all this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong.
Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrett Pierce?
Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adopted father, and he was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that wouldn't be a hard choice for me. And there isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that.
She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed them against your wishes.
You're making this so tedious.
Neither of them killed him.
So says the words of Asmodeus.
Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed the contract already. You had control over her. The contract states that she needed to kill Garrett Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think
I would make a foolish mistake like that? So says the words of Asmodeus.
What if someone else killed Garrett Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the King's Guard who survived and entered the prayer room.
Try again, Tyrion.
It was intentional and committed with malice.
And while I'm at it...
Oh shit.
So says the words of Asmodeus.
Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert were the only people in the prayer room. Oh, so you were in the room too. Oh yeah, yes, to issue the contract, but yeah. When he died. No.
Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have of Pierce's death, but the truth is, Tyrion... So says the word of Asmodeus.
No.
Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you?
I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that.
What?
You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you.
What?
You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories, but all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrett Pierce died, and now I can figure out what actually happened.
Wait!
Who killed Garrett Pierce? You! No, by your own admission. She, Celeste, Arya, and Beatrice were the only people in that room. She admitted that neither she, Arya, nor Beatrice killed Pierce. Okay. Because of Celeste's actions. If she really wanted to defeat you, she would have simply declared so. Who? Me? Did I kill him? No, I can't kill him. Me? No? Himself? Wait, he killed himself? Ares Illmatter, Empress of Discord.
No, stop this.
I'm not sure what we're possibly driving to do something like that, but when he was in the prayer room, Gary Pierce chose to take his own life.
What?
You know what that means, don't you, Ares? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear.
Stop this! Stop this right now!
Okay, Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Gary Pierce by her own hand. So says the War of Horus. The conditions of our contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it legally and logically invalid. That's checkmate, Ares. I totally didn't look at the wiki for that.
You filthy little...
We win these!
Contract nullified. You're back. Does this mean you...
I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract.
Look in your satchel and check. You look in your satchel and check in the place where you've been keeping your contract. You only find a pile of ash. It appears that they're completely disintegrated.
But you're still alive. How?
You!
At first you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize...
Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you...
What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now.
Tyrion, please wake up! You can't die! It appears he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around.
I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you.
I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him.
What? What is this?
Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear that my dad felt after you stabbed him.
And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste.
I can't.
What?
What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this.
He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus.
That doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just...
This man literally killed your adopted father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person?
I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard.
Don't misunderstand me. Right now I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is so wonderful and so beautiful. I could never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him.
You're actually serious, aren't you? You seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals?
I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract.
Contract? Ah, I see now.
What?
So you're his little consort, aren't you? Figuaqua.
Damn it! Wait, get out of the way, you idiot!
Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid.
The only stupid one here is you, bastard! You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you chose, they were never going to let me live.
They?
But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be on my own terms.
Wait, stop!
I'll see you all in hell.
Damn it! Menace! Are you trying to heal him?
It's too late. He aimed straight for his heart.
No! Come on, you waste of human flesh, wake up! I still need you alive! What the hell did you just do?
Pierce is dead and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back.
No! No, 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 no!
Pierce was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality, but never realized what I actually did.
You signed a faulty blood contract. You ruined everything. And where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to Tyrion, but you're human, and you're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cause. You would all tear each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reasons to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of Celestial's self-righteous morality.
If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close.
Tyrion.
And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris.
Is that so?
Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother?
What? So, you figured that out, didn't you?
Did you? When you went on that little tirade about killing Heavensborn, I had a feeling.
And how does it feel, Tyrion? That person who killed your mother and ruined your life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it!
I think I feel for you right now is pity.
Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal blip in my eternal existence.
And yet you put in all of this effort to make me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul.
I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer, that's why I didn't.
Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction?
Of course I...
Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself.
No, that can't...
And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us.
What did you just say?
You're envious of humanity. You don't grow, you don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right, your existence will probably be eternal. You'll be eternally evil, and you'll be eternally unsatisfied. That's why you envy us, because you'll never be free from that fate.
That is completely...
You can't say it, can't you? Can you? You can't refuse my claim, because it would be a lie.
You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel a satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still going to try.
Did she just kill herself? And I think she's dead. Arrogant witch. Wait, did the dragon burn her? Wait, did the Scale Lord kill her?
Well, I suppose that solves that. Although...
She'll definitely be back one day. And when she does, I'll be ready.
For now, let's be satisfied that we finally discovered what happened.
Oh, right. About that...
Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is.
At this point, I'm just glad Mr. McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind this.
Speaking of which, now I've nullified her contract, so let's should finally have her true memories back.
I do remember what happened, but it's still really fuzzy. I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it, but I think that's the memory Ares manipulated the most.
It's possible that she will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence.
But we don't have that kind of time. That damn demon led us around for the entire morning, and we lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert's disrupting that contract. It's just past noon.
Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace of the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe review everything will help jog your memory.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Miss McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord?
I'll try my best. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m. and we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards there. I followed her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked out Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realized now that Beatrice can't just cast feign death on him. Anyways, Ares offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, after the Inquisition and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya.
Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, it seems to match with what we already knew.
It appears we'll simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return.
He's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then.
Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I still like to cross-examine her.
Go ahead then.
Originally, you said that you fought her for a lot longer.
Yeah, I had to account for the time I spent speaking to Eris.
I had a feeling something was off about that.
I knew Tyrion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder, so I had to make my testimony match up with the time of the Pierce's death. I'm really sorry.
We'll talk about this later.
You know, yeah, because it's getting late. You know what? Given that we're close to finishing the game, I'm just gonna speed run this. Hold on.
Alright.
Objection!
Wait, what?
What is it, Cuthbert?
Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after the Pierce died?
Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Ares seemed really worried about being seen by him. By them.
Have you figured out something? Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert?
It's just that...
May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time and just say what you want to say.
Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. and Aster showed up in the praying room only a few minutes after.
Yeah? Where are you? Wait.
That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m. when he should have been trapped in the force cage until 3 p.m.?
Wait. You're not serious, are you?
Mr. McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. All my men all reported that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage.
Normally that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust their testimony.
What are you talking about?
While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Ares declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the King's Guard.
What?
They were working together with her, and if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning.
To think even the King's Guard have been compromised. How could I have let this happen?
And even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room?
I understand your point, but do you understand what you're implying?
I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just saying the facts we know. We know that a human, whether willing or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind. So much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster D. Wyvengard, the reigning king of our kingdom.
Order! I will have order! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim that the king collaborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing.
I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Ares' goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I wanted to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it.
Very well then. I suppose it's only right then, with everything that has transpired, the king should make his truth known.
I agree, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
King's Guard, please escort His Majesty to the stand.
So is he the patron? Actually, I did kind of say that during the 1v1 we had with Ares. Thank you for cooperating, Aster.
Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert.
I am hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Ares tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. It has to be something we're not seeing despite what the evidence points to.
Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but... Are you sure we can trust her testimony?
We can trust her now. She's no longer under the effects of the blood contract.
Which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place.
What are you getting at?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you?
What?
You disappeared for quite some time, to who knows where, and the only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Isn't that a little convenient that she was burned to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right! How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've heard the stories he's practically a dissident. For all we know, he could have been an agent of the theocracy.
You can feel the room turning against you, even though the Scaled Lord looks wary.
Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. And what's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I was in truly league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it.
Wait, that's right. We already tried that before and it didn't work.
Which means he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her, but we all saw Celeste's blood contract and we all heard her earlier confession. Not to mention we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Ares' influence. If Miss Steelwind is to be saved, we must accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace? Damn it, he's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he's raised a lot of good points. But is he acting with malice, or is he just being careful?
Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid, but the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there.
Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Ares found ways to trick people into sending blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question is whether Aster knowingly did this or not. The question is,
what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to be some sort of physical involvement on his part, and that might have left evidence behind that proves it. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow.
But you've seen how she's around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do.
No. Arya may be a lovesick disaster around him, but she's still an attorney. She'll be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember when you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her.
I'm really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. But if I was teasing her about it, it was probably something related to her relationship with Aster.
What if she was... I'm
sorry. I know that it doesn't really narrow it down.
No. That's exactly the clue that I need.
Really?
Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there's only one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you were meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document, but I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you as long as you both live.
wait, are you saying?
No. In other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
That's a big leap in logic, even for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found.
Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation.
First he dares call the king to testify, and now he's trying to indict the High Speaker. He's a traitor to the nation.
I am more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your Divine Edict only recreates terms of the blood contract, not the material that was written on. Your original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical rune stone. They let us take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license, even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she knew she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in prison with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious, but had she simply left any of those anti-magic field and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag out the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No. So it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's the hardest to disprove. No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today.
Your Majesty, what are you?
I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyways. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself.
No. Aster, you whelp. Are you saying that it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder?
I did, Lucio. What of it?
How could you?
And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great scaled lord? I was only cleaning up the mess you created. And if it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner.
Pardon me?
No, I think I'll be pardoning myself.
You can't be serious.
I am the King of Wivengard, am I not? Is that not my right?
You're insane.
Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please with no one who can stop me? Is this not what you've been doing for the rest of the country?
Do you seriously expect to get away with this?
I do. Who has the power to stop me? The Scale Lord?
Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours.
I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I was asked who was going to. What? Why is he
What? Why aren't either of you saying anything?
Yes, Rathalion. Have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's a big problem. Or would you take the throne for yourself? You could spend all those centuries huddled away in the ruins in this ruined city. I'm sure you know exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself.
Rathalion? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take that responsibility again, nor will I thrust that responsibility on those who would not have it.
Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? Your beloved prince, now king of Wivengard? Or did you remember
The people of this nation love me and hate you. I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion, but I doubt even you could make the public see that as any other than a military coup. Can you imagine? Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wivengard before the previous king's body is even interred. I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into. And even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wivengard will look to other nations. Damn it, by killing Sybil and Von Sanctus, he left a power vacuum so that only he can feel it. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. I am merely consolidating the power where it belongs, in the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who is going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancé. I'm sure that to you my actions may seem evil and unforgetful, but to the rest of them, the Wivengard nobility, I very much doubt I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. I can't believe it. I always wanted to say that.
What are you all doing? Are you just gonna let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just gonna let him keep control over her?
My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wivengard for her freedom. You know that to be true.
He killed so many people and he enslaved Arya. He almost killed you and tried to kill me.
Wait a minute. That's right.
Why did he try to kill you?
What do you mean?
If Aster is the patron, then that means the Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King de Wivengard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family?
But that wouldn't entirely make sense. Even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he is of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these conditions.
If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have claim to the throne. So why would he go so much trouble to kill Pierce and you?
Maybe he just wanted to make sure.
But he wouldn't have had Ares kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed you and Pierce to die during the massacre, which means you two are just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil.
Okay, but my potential to claim the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would we be scared of Pierce's blackmail?
Would a line of succession be the only reason why he's scared of Celeste's parentage? You recall what happened about Wivengard's laws about regarding parentage. Wasn't there someone mentioned about it?
Wasn't there
The Four Pillar Families? You recall a conversation you had with the Coraline Sybil.
Each of the Pillar families, as you commoners will call them, control different branches of Wivengard's government. House Steelwind oversees the national defense and law enforcement. House Freyja oversees economic development and finances.
Oh wait, no, I'm doing the voice wrong.
House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches.
That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system.
That is correct.
With 3 of the Four Pillar House's leaders dead, very few people will be able to challenge Aster. And since Arya was framed for it, House Steelwind will probably lose its influence as well. Aster probably all did this to weaken the nobility's ability to challenge his rule. But that still doesn't explain how Pierce and Celeste, our biological parents, fit into this.
Church of Bahamut?
You recall a conversation he had with Theon Arceus.
The Church of Bahamut is important not only to Wivengard's culture but to its civil stability. Faith is a powerful and unifying force.
Is that why you revise Wivengard's history and keep the Heavensborn outside of the country?
I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Dissidents like him will be the end of our culture.
Aster didn't murder the High Speaker when he had the chance.
So it's possible that the Church of Bahamut plays a role in his future plans, but that won't explain why he needed Pierce to die. Okay.
You recall the conversation you had with Ares Ilmater.
Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes the Scale Lord in our government.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin are given...
Oh, she's a descendant of the Scale Lord.
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of the king.
Wait, is Celeste Dragonborn? Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before?
To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church.
Wait, the Scale Lord and his kin can override the king's rule? Wait. The fucking dragon?
A flood of memories comes back to you. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wivengard Crown, you're under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all of their strength to subdue her.
But I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells? As in plural. How long did it take for you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. She learned multiple spell formulas within a few hours? Ah, so you come from the same humble beginnings that I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I don't know about 7 spells, though. 7? That's almost 4 times the amount that I know.
She's learned even more spells? She's been picking them up rather quickly.
Make no mistake, even in my human form, I've always had the strength of an ancient dragon.
This can't be real.
What? What is it, Tyrion?
It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic. She inherited all of it from him.
Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden.
Oh my god, I almost had sex with a dragon.
Once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have the right to do this to her? No, Arya's freedom rides on this. And as much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wivengard.
I'm sorry, Celeste.
What? Why are you apologizing?
What I'm about to do will change your entire life, possibly in a way you don't want it to. It will place an unimaginable amount of responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm really sorry. Please forgive me for doing this.
Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you?
Are you sure?
I owe you and Arya for what I did.
But this is...
We need to save Arya, right? It's partly my fault that she's in this situation. But if my life is really gonna change because of this, promise me one thing.
What is it?
Take responsibility for what you're about to do.
Of course. I was always gonna do that regardless of what happened.
Good.
Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Aster? I know who Celeste's father is.
Wait, really?
What? No. You're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wivengard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there? Oh shit.
What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king.
And his king, Lucio. Kin.
Yes, I suppose that's...
Aster de Wivengard, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule.
Are you serious?
Oops. People of Wivengard, people of the Wivengard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and we now know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon, and creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I?
I'm half dragon?
Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company.
So the demon was speaking the truth.
Aster the Wyvern-Guard. As the Scale Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyvern-Guard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one? You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract.
Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyvern-Guard together with her. And you could have done it without having to do all of this.
Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation while still working within its laws.
There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law.
My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals. Once, but I watched him for my entire life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses and to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk, the kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I'd have thought that you two, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it. You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders, but here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present today are glad they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for the kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like the carrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in the position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death, all so you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya's too stupid and too naive to do anything.
She loved you. How could you?
She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damn smile.
She loved your kindness, Aster.
This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I'm done, Wyvern-Guard will be better and stronger for it.
Aster.
McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scale Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster the Wyvern-Guard, King of Wyvern-Guard, and consort to the Lord of the Six. I am nothing but a dead man. Volnus. Lucio. What?
No!
Lucio, what have you done?
The blood contract, Cuthbert.
What?
My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? You checked your satchel, and sure enough, Arya's blood contract has completely disintegrated.
Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live.
Excellent.
Lucio, this is not what we discussed.
My daughter will be never free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was going to end.
Lucio, you can't seriously expect it.
Save your breath, Cuthbert, I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed a regicide. Arrest him at once.
What are you doing? You're really gonna... Oh my god. I suppose that's that then.
But this isn't really something to celebrate.
I'm compelled to agree. To think that His Majesty was so far gone that he consorted with a demon.
Also, he could save the common folk.
Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of pain he must have been feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Ares was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easily she can exploit someone's emotions.
Nevertheless, it's apparent that there's no need to continue this trial, although it's clear our work is only just the beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You're all free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there is much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will make arrangements to adapt. Until then, please refrain from discussing the events of today outside these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now.
Oh boy. He murked the king. Wow, Aster got murked right in front of everyone.
You all exit the Scale Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Ares was vanquished, temporarily at least, and the patron no longer exists, because he's fucking dead. He got cleaved in twain.
Hey,
Hi.
we won, didn't we? So why does it feel so...
Yeah, I feel the same way.
He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us, and he used Arya like a puppet. I really wish we could have...
Changed his mind?
Yeah,
Sometimes people are beyond saving, and I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya, and I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her.
I know. I just hope she's... Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left.
You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you.
Oh, Arya. I'm so sorry,
Why are you apologizing?
What? If it's about your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Ah, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law, and that was made apparent when...
She suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off, her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops, as if she were a machine that ceased functioning.
Arya?
Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel after all. I guess I'll be defending you in court for perjury. Right.
You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything.
Anyways, I want to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave.
Yeah.
What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her?
I didn't see anything through the eye.
She must have been subconsciously guarding her emotions. I guess I don't really blame her.
No, Celeste. I didn't see anything.
What?
I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I used the eye to see the emotions of a countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It was like I was looking at a machine. But you're right, I should have said something. I'm going to...
As you're about to chase after her, Celeste stops you.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
What? Are you sure?
Yeah. We actually hung out a lot outside of the trials. I think she might respond better to me.
You remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours.
Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it.
Once again, you remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours.
Just, you know, keep it verbal.
What?
Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go.
Alright, you weirdo.
It looks like you've gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as you hoped.
What do you mean? What do you mean she's gone? She was just here.
I'm sorry, Your Grace? You may not know what the future has in store for the two of you, but perhaps that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that's completely chosen by you this time.
Damn it, Arya, where are you?
Oh, and there's her dad.
Oh. Hello.
Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you.
No, it's fine.
You're looking for Miss Steelwind, aren't you?
Yeah, how did you know?
She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but...
Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try talking to her.
Of course. Yeah, this is awkward because now they know that they're related.
Rathalion?
Yes?
I'm not mad at you, you know?
What?
I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern, but because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live there, I would have never met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now that I know I'm half dragon, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Miss McCoy.
Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I?
Right, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two?
Of course. Oh wow, look how late it is. I better go to talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scale Dad. I mean, Scale... just bye.
She called herself my daughter. I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio.
Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. Are you stargazing? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now.
Oh, the CG.
You know, it was also a full moon outside on the night of my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Yes, they told me that they thought I was a gift from the Scaled Lord.
Well, technically, they're not wrong.
In a roundabout way, they're actually kinda right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciate you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya.
I was merely doing what I thought was right.
Yeah, I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really gonna charge me with perjury, are you?
Of course I am. I was serious about that.
Damn it!
But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't sentence you to prison. I might have you do some community service.
Fine. I guess I can live with that.
My father told me I was being too lenient, but I can understand the position you were put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all.
Stupid. Arya? How could I be so stupid?
Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about the blood contracts after what happened to Beatrice. I'm an attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents, and when I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. But I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet, with my hands and my magic he made me. I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible, and I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I think I've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that?
Mr. Cuthbert, I have spoken with my associates in the press. The story we created should be printed as we speak.
I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wivengard about what really happened. Not to mention the story paints me like I'm some kind of god.
I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened,
they would never believe it. They think that his death was part of some sort of political conspiracy. And even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that.
Arya?
Should you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not gonna sit around and feel sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes.
Oh, she's even smiling a little.
She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her?
As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wivengard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we were to move forward, and if we must use the people's piety against them, then so be it. Arya, and as the newly appointed House of Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule.
As will the Scale Lord.
Celeste smiles in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly.
Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wivengard supports you too.
Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help.
Right,
I forgot I was supposed to meet her this morning.
I'll need to apologize to her about that.
Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet?
We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand.
Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya.
Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down.
Tyrion, this story was fabricated. The story that we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wivengard is going to read about it in the paper, including her.
Ouch. Oh.
What's all this noise about?
What? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. The Scale Lord has returned.
Oh, they're making her the Scaled Lord. What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures?
Chaos broke out yesterday during a private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wivengard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of the abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Coralyn Sybil, Lord Lloyd Von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster. And while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scale Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Rivengard, the Scale Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Rivengard.
What? Again with this Scale Lord nonsense. This reeks of violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. It says there's a picture of her on the next page. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck?
After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I thought a lot about her actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I caused.
I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls onto people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that?
Celeste is just going around, giving people the stare, judging them.
We never have been able to do this if it weren't for your investment in our cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rathholm.
But more customers just means more work for me.
Oh my god, this is going by really fast. I have to read as fast as I can. I'm gonna speedrun this shit. I've been developing my necromancy ever since I've been working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've grown really good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself, you're growing competent at it. That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. I'm gonna have to read this shit so fast. Oh my god. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. Wait, I thought you're dead! But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing. Even your memories are gone, your crimes still can't be charged. You still have to serve your sentence, but I hope you live the rest of your life in peace. Oh my god. I thought the headmaster was dead! What the fuck? I thought Ares killed him! Okay.
What are you looking at, punk? Wait.
Oh no. It's you!
That crazy chick isn't with you, is she?
Why are you looking behind me, man?
Did you just call me crazy?
Oh lord, run for Kevin!
Well, why did we go revisit the delinquents?
Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've suddenly moved up in the world.
Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery's doing well.
Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... what did Her Majesty call you?
An angel investor.
Yes, that's it.
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture, and we think it would set a good precedent if we employ a company like yours.
I think I like the sound of that.
Fuck. Oh my god, why the fuck did they go through that shit really fast?
I still have much to learn about leading the noble house. But I hope that I can bring the house regular and women gone to a brighter future. I think it's about time we end the constant feud between the Steelmans and the Fregas. I think I'd like for us to work together. I mean, I don't know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't think...
Practically gold, right? Dragon can do for gold. Oh my god, the read so fast.
Oh, John Van Doren, Tyrion's voice actor. Adriana Roa.
And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
What?
Did you just lose?
No, I demand a rematch.
Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake.
I'm glad I kept those armbands. I'm glad he kept those armbands.
Oh my god, he lost to a monkey. Damn, those armbands really do buff its intelligence.
Don't think the Scale Lord will sacrifice his daughter for the good of our kingdom.
Dion, I want this job.
Such humility, such self-sacrifice.
I'm literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying.
Sorry.
Nah, as long as I have you with me, I'm happy.
Oh my god.
You may have everyone else fooled, but I know this how the story goes. The mage is still a mage, and the noble is still a noble.
Come on, don't be like that.
Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. But I ain't holding my breath.
I suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power. But we are going to fix this kingdom, and we're going to do it within the confines of the law. Oh my god.
I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that's happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least, not right now. You should probably hire a therapist. Are you okay? Yes, I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but... with Von Sanctus and Simple gone, we have much an easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy about this. No, I see what you mean. He may have good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Ares, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Weapon God, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, his legacy did leave behind would be that of blood. No less than pieces of justice could have done it as his foundation. That's surprisingly mature of you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Asta.
Oh my god. So many fast dialogue. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that?
Were you the one who called the monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial?
Yeah, I suppose you have a point.
Anyways, the truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone.
Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya?
Hey, you're the one who wanted to be the lead prosecutor.
Oh, he's a prosecutor now. I'm only filling in for her until we find a more qualified replacement.
Well, if you ever get a boat with us as a royal, there's always a spot in my office.
Oh my god,
I see they allowed you to keep your axe.
I thought I asked you to stop visiting me.
You did. I made a choice to ignore you.
McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I'm glad to see you in such good spirits. It's clear that I underestimated you.
oh my god, all the fast dialogue. Oh my god.
I'm surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kinda need you alive so we know that when Ares is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine. I was proud of you too. Although I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet.
Oh yeah, because she's an indicator, because she's bound to her by contract, that makes sense.
What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving?
Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourselves a second time. You are not to lead the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you grounding me?
If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one.
I swear when I get out of here.
What have I told you about speaking in future tense?
Oh damn, she actually got grounded by her dad. by Asmodeus, that's funny. You sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you some privacy. Mom! Stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom!
Yes, your draconic grandkids. Actually, no, your celestial draconic grandkids.
So, I was wondering, you live for a really long time, right?
I have.
Do I have siblings?
No, I'm sorry. There was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across centuries, when I set up on some companionship. During the magical beings I created, and the creation also is here. So much so it is a miracle that you were born. Oh, it's rare. I'm sorry, but you are alone.
I don't really feel that way. I think I spent so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well...
Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert.
Don't you dare!
Okay, so their fertility rate with humans, I guess, aren't as high.
So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname?
Who knows? It could have been anyone.
Tyrion. You don't like it? I could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that.
Man, there's a lot of crowdfunders. Yeah, there's been a lot of funding that's been put into this game.
Oh, Cuthbert, I have everything ready for tonight. What?
It's nothing.
Pretend that you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see. So it's for her. What are you doing?
It's a surprise.
Alright, you weirdo.
Damn, that's a lot of crowdfunders. Which I guess makes sense. They need the money. And there's a lot of support for this game, and I say, money well spent.
Hey, why'd you bring me out here?
Fuck.
You're not usually this secretive.
You know what? I'll save up with the Actually, can I read all the dialogue that's... Oh shit, I can. Oh damn, okay, I can actually catch up. So that's my point, I still win. It was... hold on. I'm sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across centuries, when I sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of the offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle you were born. I'm sorry you were alone, I don't feel that way. Ah, so that's what you said. Okay.
You're not usually this secretive.
Come on, it's a surprise.
Wait, is that a boat? Are you going to be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness.
Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before.
Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe?
Yeah, there'll be plenty of light soon.
Soon?
In about 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Right on schedule.
You knew this would happen?
During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Oranax become extremely potent. All the businesses here take advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their homes. And those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. It lights up the entire city.
You're such a nerd.
But it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, it is.
My mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only other person I've shown this to.
Oh. I really miss being able to spend time with you like this.
Yeah, me too.
It was so much simpler when you're just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scale Lord's daughter, and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other.
But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember whenever we're apart.
Yeah. This is so sweet. I love him so much. What?
Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste.
What do you... Ah! It's been so long, I forgot to...
Is something wrong?
She's always had a habit of teasing you, so you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other's end for once.
I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I didn't mean it, but... I know this is a really rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Ira's horror sometimes.
I love you too, Celeste.
Okay.
You try to inch closer to her, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. But there is one way to make her meet your gaze.
Tyrion,
Do you not want this?
Of course I do. I think I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before.
Your faces inch closer towards each other.
And they kiss.
You two may never be able to go back to your old lives, but the moments like this make everything worth it.
You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us go, we'll go there together.
Good. Sorry, this is all a little too much. I'm feeling a little lightheaded.
Take all the time you need. Right now, we all have all the time in the world. Miles Viren Kalgalat? Okay. Have you heard about what happened in Wivengard?
Is that why you called me here? This could have been an email. Arc Sentinel.
This is serious. How do we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor.
Frey Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And he's just one Heavensborn.
Ilya, he brought the Lord of the Six to court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage they could have done to the multiverse there?
You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we?
Who the hell are these people? The multiverse is intact, and everything is fine.
Ilya, she has the Eye of Odin.
What?
I checked the data on my drones collected. These readings, they're exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly, and he did it in front of the Lord of the Six. We must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well.
Come on, that's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane.
The Lord of Night has begun moving his forces. He knows Ilya. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved.
Alright, you win. I'll look into this.
Exercise discretion. If they ever find out what we did with Frey,
I know. It could be war with Wivengard.
Ilya, it could be war with the entire Outer Planes.
Oh shit. That means there's gonna be a sequel, let's go! Alright. Well, we've been going on long enough, and we beat the game. So, farewell for now. Holy shit, this is gonna be a huge VOD.